Believe in love, let love be the light to show the way, and love will shine on you one day.
This old world is very cold. It favors not the young or old. Life is hard and so unfair unless you believe that someone cares. Someone who's there, rain or shine, sharing your dreams, your heart and your mind.
Hold on to your dreams. Believe in love. Let love be the light to show the way.
It's gonna show you the way. It's gonna show
And
you
love
the way.
will shine on you one day.
Yeah. Step by step, straight ahead. Though the road be hard to tread. Yeah. What you get is what you do, and you'll find out that love is truly stronger than hate. All you need is your faith in your dreams. It's gonna show you the way. It's gonna show you the
Believe
way.
in love. Let love be the light to show the way, and love will shine on you one day.
This old world goes round and round. Sometimes this world can get you down. Just don't give up. Don't dismay. What goes around comes around, they say. And if the sun should fail to shine, dreams are the sunshine of the mind. Hold on,
To your dreams.
yeah. Dreams are the wings of the mind. You can fly anytime you like. Yeah.
Love will smile on you one day. Children, hold on.
Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let love be the light to show the
Step by
way.
step, straight ahead. Though the road be hard to tread, yeah. What you get is what you do, and you'll find out that love is truly stronger than hate. All you need is your faith in your dreams. Gonna show you the way. It's gonna show you the way.
Let love be the light to show the way, and love will shine on you one day.
Well,
Children, hold on to your dreams. Believe in love. Let love be the light to show the way.
hold on, yeah,
Life
yeah.
will smile on you one day.
I know success is on your mind, but the ladder's not hard to climb. Up at the top, there's room for all. It's just the bottom that's crowded, y'all. Hold on.
To your dreams.
Believe in love. Let love be the light to show the way. Let it show you the way. Let it show you the
Love
way.
will shine on you
Yeah.
one day.
You know, this world is very cold. You know, it don't make no difference whether you're young or old. Hold on. It's so unfair. Unless somebody really believes, I mean, to have somebody there to care. I'm talking about through the hard times and the bad times. Sharing your dreams, your thoughts, your heart, your mind.
Children, hold on to your dreams. Believe in love. Let love be the light to show the way.
Yeah, let it show you the way, let it show you the
Love
way.
will shine on you one day. Children, hold on to your dreams.
Hold on,
Believe in
hold on,
love.
yeah.
Love be the light to show the way.
Dreams are the wings of the mind.
Children,
Anytime you like, yeah.
believe in
Love,
love be the light.
the light to show the way. Ha, let it show you the way, let it show you the
Light
way.
will shine
Yeah.
on you one day.
Whoa.
Children, hold on to your dreams.
To your dreams.
Believe in love. Love be the light to show the
Show the way. Let it show ya. Let it show ya.
Life
Let it
will
show ya. Let it show
shine
ya.
on you one
Let it
day.
show ya.
Children, hold
Hang on
on to your dreams.
to your dreams.
Believe in
love.
Let love be the light to show the way. Hold on, love will shine on you one day.
Yeah. You know, sometimes the obstacles in life can really knock you down. Yeah. And life will really make you feel that don't nobody give a damn. I know it's hard. And it's cold and unfair. But if you keep one thing in your mind, and that thing is that whatever you do, you can make it. And just trust in yourself and hold on to your dreams. Because your dreams are the future of this world. Let it show you. Let it show you the way, yeah.
Children, hold on to your dreams. Believe in
love.
Let love be the light to show the way.
Yeah.
And love will shine on you one day. Children, hold on to your dreams.
Dreams are the wings of the night. You can fly. Yeah.
Life will smile on you one day. Children, hold on. Believe in love. Let love be the light to show the way. And love will shine on you one day.
Yes, sir. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome into our story, Negusu Salam. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll be starting up pretty soon. Couple more songs to bring in the mood. And then we're gonna come in with our national anthem. Then we'll begin our night with our prayer. And then we'll get into our story. Welcome in, welcome in. It is January 1st, 2026. Yes, I welcome in.
lavi dave nami ngiyazi fela ngawe ngangidala ngoba mina ngiyazi fela ngawe ngoba mina ngiyazi fela ngawe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome into our story. Yes, 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 yes. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Starting soon. Just getting warmed up. Welcome in.
And our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless high, who
with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one cause.
Yes, I welcome it. Chaplain?
Gusa salam, greetings to one and all. Still, give thanks once again for the rising of a new day to do better than yesterday, to accomplish our mission, decreed until we give thanks. Still, Adu Ab, well, Memphis Kudus, Ali Kal, Abu Kudus Kadamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibia. Behaman Ab, well, Memphis Kudus, Ali Akal, Abu Kudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie, Stiam, Exhibia, Apatai Selat, our Father who dwell in Zion, hallowed be thy name, the kingdom has come, thy will has done, on earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who have trespassed against us tonight. Strengthen us in temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. Through the name and power of the true and faithful witness. Abakudus, Kadamawe, Haile Selassie, Stiam, Exhibia, Sila, 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 Sila. Nugusa salam, leku lekimu. Makanagatu, Abakudus, Katamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam, Exhibia. You negusi negestitute your daily meskeli. Ye Ethiopia koheb negusi. You negusis kudus the rede. Amlakana halena wasawana. Hasana hasana. Tata masana. Amlakana halena sawana. Hasana hasana. Sata amasagana. Amlakana halena wasawana. Sana hasana. Sata amasagana. Amlakana halena wasawana. Hasana hasana. Sata Amasagana, Amlakana Hailina, Wasawana, Hasana Hasana, Sata Amasagana, Ethiopia, Star King, for we of the world in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage. We do hereby establish and ordain and uphold this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated under His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial and Hills of Far Right Forces, in accordance with the 1931 Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29. Give thanks. Abakadus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam, Exhibia, Sela, Sela, Sela. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks, Chaplain. All right, welcome in, welcome in. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but we're gonna roll on through. Yes, sir. Minister Ross Lazarus, Chair, you got the floor.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Give thanks. Give thanks. I seen two of the speakers came on and they kind of fell off, so we'll go right on in and we'll give everyone time, see if they can make it back in. I know three of them were in another time zone, so they were trying to hold on to come in. So let's see if they wake up in a minute and think about it and get up, because they're 5 and 6 hours, I believe, ahead of us. So let's just give it time, but let's go right on in. We will begin with the words of His Imperial Majesty, for it is the key to the topic today. So what I'll do is I'll read off the basis of what our discussion will be, and I'm going to hope all of you take part in this discussion. Let us enlighten, let us awaken each other, and we're going to have, some input on some specialties, on some terminologies that give us keys and help us get the right direction, a direction for empowerment. And that's the key. So human rights and global organizing. This is a questionnaire. Liberation versus neo-colonialism. In 2026, how do we distinguish between nominal independence and true sovereign liberation when external forces still direct economic and political policies through debt and financial control? So, liberation versus neo-colonialism. It's a thought process. We're going to try to touch on each one of these in a certain component. Number two, collective economics is collective security. Given that an aggressor against one state is an aggressor against all, how can African nations unify their resources to ensure that economic prosperity acts as a primary shield for regional security? And when we say the African nations, we're talking about diaspora, indigenous nations, and all, not to be excluded. For we know in ancient times there was a global economy, a global connection across the world. All right, so keep that in mind. Collective economics is collective security. 3, unity beyond indifferences. If human rights are universal and must be upheld for every person to avoid a breakdown in trust, what specific mechanism can we build to overcome the crisis of values and political indifferences currently stalling continental cohesion? And I'll say, let that also apply to religious indifferences, because when we answer number 2, we're going to get a clarity on that as well. 4, who defines our reality? As we break the chains that links African ideas to European ideas, how do we reclaim the power to define our own culture and political reality without relying on external interpreters? 5, international law and the law of continuity. Montevideo Convention. Since the Montevideo Convention 1933 states that a state's political existence is independent of recognition by others, how can marginalized or indigenous entities use this declaratory theory to assert their rights as sovereign persons in international law? International law and the law of continuity. So we'll dig in on the law of continuity. And we do have someone that is, hopefully they are able to join and they can give us an in-depth on the law of continuity. Religious and spiritual oneness. How can we shift from the dogmatic religious structures that have historically been used for cultural conquest towards a spiritual oneness based on a consubstantially of cosmos and humanity found in Ma'at? Can the diaspora, the indigenous people, unite with Africa for Ma'at? What practical steps must be taken to bridge the gap between the diaspora and the continent to restore Ma'at, the natural state of balance, and end the Mafa, the ongoing disaster of displacement and oppression? So this is what our main components will be hitting and discussing. So we'll be coming back to this questionnaire. But again, we're going to open with His Imperial Majesty. The to-the-point wisdom of Emperor Haile Selassie that we are still so far from achieving. His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie, delivered a speech to the United Nations on the 6th of October 1963. The last few lines of which were often quoted below, I will attempt to briefly deconstruct each line of this quote to expand the thoughts behind it and emphasize the wisdom in His Majesty's powerful and to-the-point words. We must become something we have never been, and for which our education and experience and environment have ill prepared us. We must become something that we have never been, and for which our education and experience and environment have ill prepared us. We must become bigger than we have been. Bigger. More courageous, greater in spirit, larger in outlook. We must become members of a new race, overcoming petty prejudice, owing our ultimate allegiance not to nations, borders, but to our fellow men with the human community, customary, respect of spirit, back to nature, humanity, human rights. We hear these words and then we hear many of our people still today will profess allegiance to the neo-colonial systems. And they profess a loyalty to a nation, to flags of oppression. It is a great difficult sometimes for people who have been terrorized and traumatized to the point of no hope. And we know it's a point of no hope because we look at the illness, the desperations in our communities to try to create some kind of hope. If it's some savagery. See, so it's a point of no hope kind of aspect. And so the only hope is to try to just trust the system and hope God blesses you so that the system don't hurt you and you make it through. So we're speaking a language of calling them back to hope, back to a faith of things they can't see. But they're envisioning the terroristical acts and the traumas that happened to them. And they're comparing that to a sense of what they would say they have comfortability now. Then they'll look at the displacement around the planet and they'll say, well, we have the best life. No concern of the displacement around the planet is being operationally instituted in multiple different forms through the allegiant countries that we try to find comfortability in. If it be USA, UK, Canada, so forth. So we abandon the stand for humanity, for human rights. We allow it to be transgressed against others because of our choice to try to normalize it, despite the daily oppression, the spiritual oppression, the mental oppression, the genocidal attacks. So we must become something we have never been. And for which our education and experience and environment have ill prepared us. Let's look at the Brethren's list and reasoning here. We must become something we have never been, and for which our education and experience and environment have ill prepared us. In this opening line, His Majesty emphasizes the need for profound transformation into a new way of being that we can barely imagine, that will take bravery, and imagination to achieve. Vision beyond the borders of the constructs of the environment that has boxed us in. He acknowledges that our current state of education, experience, and environmental influences have not adequately prepared us to adequately deal with the challenges we face. This suggests a call to transcend beyond traditional learning and past experiences to embrace a new and unprecedented way of life. The implication is that the future of humanity demands a fundamental shift in thinking and action that goes beyond the norms established by historical precedent. If we look at that in the terms, if we look at that in the terms of our daily reality, let me pull it right back up one time so we can make sure. This suggests a call to transcend beyond traditional learning and past experiences to embrace a new and unprecedented way. So at this point, let's look at the past programming of what we would call Pan-African movement, Black movement, indigenous movement, so forth. In the basic constructs and most of the terms that it has come as citizens seeking certain rights. It has come as citizens seeking religious rights, citizens seeking equality. That's how it's always been, the programming, the movement, the march, the rallies, the riots in the streets, and all of it was a cry as a citizen for the neo-colonial system to change. That's like telling the Pan-African movement to change. So the missions and the purpose. So the implication is that the future of humanity demands a fundamental shift in thinking and action that goes beyond the norms established by historical precedent. So historically, NAACP, historically, but there's a new precedent dawning now, and it's different. And this is where we come to question number one. Liberation versus neo-colonialism. In 2026, how do we distinguish between nominal independence and true sovereign liberation when external forces still direct economics, political policies through debt and financial control? So liberation versus neo-colonialism. So I'll open the floor for a question. What's the difference? Someone give me what their definition or their thoughts right now of what would be liberation versus neo-colonialism. What are we speaking about? What does it mean? The floor is open. Question number one. Remember, while I'm looking at the screen, I can't see hands. So if you just speak, then you could be recognized. Liberation versus neo-colonialism. Liberation versus neo-colonialism. Anyone got an idea? Pan-African brothers and sisters, black movements, indigenous melanated gods and goddesses. What's the definition of liberation and neo-colonialism? And how are they counter to each other in the aspects of us in this definition? Because we're going to go more into neo-colonialism, but let's just see where the minds are on this definition. What are we speaking about? Do we have a clarity of this? The floor is open. Don't be afraid. Anyone? Has anyone studied neo-colonialism? Has anyone reviewed what the definition of liberation is?
Gusa salam.
Yes, sir. Come forth, Ayat.
Lekimu.
So,
Yes. Well, I would say the primary matter is the securing the future for the posterity, for enacting through their actions the colonialism of, and which has come to be the reemergence of neocolonialism is based off of their creed that they're using, which is the so-called 14 words of white supremacy and fascism. The 14 words of white supremacy and fascism, which is their creed. And the 14 words is we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. Period. That's the 14-word slogan, which is the creed and basis of the white supremacist and fascism mind to go get the resources and take over the resources, the mineral wealth of other nations, which is the 14-word slogan. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children, period. So that's the basis of their actions. So that is what we're up against. That is the reasoning of their actions, because they keep the great so-called white code.
okay.
White code.
The white code, the 14
Yes,
letters. The 14 letters.
Sila.
Yeah, sounds like the
14 words.
Yeah, 14 words. 14 body pieces of Osiris's body, I saw. So we have liberation versus neo-colonialism. And the creed, if you listened, you didn't hear the chaplain say that the creed is ended. When America was created, the creed didn't end. When Jamaica was given a sense of independence. The creed didn't end. So when we're looking at these aspects of their creed, there's other components that we want to look at. So someone else wanted to speak on neocolonialism and liberation before we read into this definition?
Alhamdulillah. Peace, greetings, King, man.
Yes, I. Yes, I.
Yes, Rastafari. I would say that the way that, may peace be upon his soul, Brother Omar Gaddafi was operating Libya, I would
Mm-hmm.
say that would be a true, real life example of liberation because from what I understand, that brethren had nothing but the best for the citizens of Libya under his rulership before them blood clots come and annihilated him and his regime. May the peace and blessings of the Most High ever be upon them souls and all that they did of on righteousness' sake. But I would say liberation would be what, brother. May the peace and blessings be upon his soul, and may his soul be blessed and appreciated by the Most High, brother Omar Gaddafi. How he was running Libya, and the idea that he had about the unity of Africa, with one currency. I feel like that is what liberation would be, and all the ones martyrs who have failed in the name of liberation for us as a nation and as our nation of one, the original nation of the Most High. Give thanks and praises to all their souls to be blessed and remembered and honored in his namesake. So I would say liberation would definitely be the model of what Brother Omar Gaddafi, peace be upon his soul, in the name of Elijah as well, to be, honored and say that liberation will be what the brethren had established and what he had in mind for the whole of the nation of Africa. Peace, greetings, King, man. Thank you.
Yes, I. Yes, I. And those are the things. Great bill, brethren. Great bill. Great bill. And that's the reasoning. That's what we're focusing on, because it's not the dilemma of oppression that we're here to focus on. We're here to look at the reasoning of solutions and how do we structure the answers now. Not the illusions. We're breaking from the past historical precedents that have encroached us. And now we have to become greater in vision than that. So now we have to look at how do you nation build, and do you come back and try to nation build and structure your nation as the European? No, because that's a structure of oppression. So as the brethren said, liberation is not just saying you a nation and then you structure like a European and you indulge yourself into their systematical system that oppresses your people still continuously. No, it's a complete structure. It's not a halfway cut around the corner. It's a lot of work, because now you got to build a full-scale structure. That means a system to operate in. That's when you go to talking about banking. That's when you go to talking about natural resources. That's when you go to talking about trade areas and who you can trade with and how you can work these things out. Because now you're operating to develop a full-scale system. And so when we say neo-colonialism, is when Africa looked around and seen that they had been declared independent only in words. Their banking system, the infrastructures for the water, the mining companies, and everything were owned by the same colonial powers. In the veil of illusion of independence, there was still a colonial control. The people were not rightfully given the ability to define the structures that govern them, to enhance their life, but they had to adequate themselves to structures that were allegiance to exploitation of the nations in Africa. And then when you look at America, it's the same reality. Same reality. If you go to the story of the Freedmen's Bank, you know that the Freedmen's were building their bank. And the Freedmen's had a vision of being free. Not coming back under the government, but being free. But the infrastructure that was being laid for their advancement, all was sabotaged. Forced into a simulation, and we say a simulation for survival. Now, in the assimilation, you have to adapt to what is called the value system so that you can gain some valuables to take care of your family. Now you have to adapt completely throughout the system. 20 years and 10 generations or 5 generations in on this level, guess what? People forget what the first goal was. It wasn't the assimilation. And it wasn't rights and it wasn't equality in the assimilation. Now the assimilation is just that. That's what you call the matrix. You've plugged in into a reality that's not really yours. So let's do a little read here. Kwame Nkrumah, Neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism, 1965. The neocolonialism of today represents imperialism in its final and perhaps most dangerous stage. In the past, it was possible to convert a country upon which the neocolonial regime had been imposed. Egypt in the 19th century is an example, into a colonial territory. Today, this process is no longer feasible. Old-fashioned colonialism is by no means entirely abolished. It still constitutes an African problem, but it is everywhere on the retreat. Once a territory has become nominally independent, it is no longer possible, as it was in the last century, to reverse the process. Existing colonies may linger on, but no new colonies will be created. In place of colonialism as the main instrument of imperialism, we have today neocolonialism. The essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is, in theory, independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty. In reality, its economic system, thus its political policy, is directed from the outside. So let's look at Jamaica. Jamaica will not make a ruling on its cannabis or ganja marijuana laws because it's observing what the UK and the United States says based on what should be the operations, not defined based on the reality of its own people and their vision of it, but based on an out of control. And this is where we watch in the news the influence of the IMF fundings in the United States saying they give out money. So we watch these new forms of colonialism coming in on different ways. not through just the guns, but through a funding, through economic systems. More often, however, no colonist control is exercised through economic or monetary means. The neo-colonial state may be obliged to take the manufacturing products of the imperialist power to the exclusion of competing products from elsewhere. Control over government policy in the neo-colonial state may be secured by payments towards the cost of running the state, by the provision of civil servants in position where they can dictate policy, and by monetary control over foreign exchange, through the imposition of a banking system controlled by imperial power. Where the neo-colonialism exists, the power exercising control is often the state which formerly ruled the territory in question. Where neo-colonialism exists, the power exercising control is often the state which formerly ruled the territory in question. But this is not necessarily so. For example, in the case of South Vietnam, the former imperial power was France, but neo-colonial control of the state has now gone to the United States. It is possible that neo-colonial control may be exercised by a consortium of financial interests which are not specifically indefinable with any particular state. The control of the Congo by the great international financial concerns is a case in point. The result of neo-colonialism is that foreign capital is used for exploitation rather than for the development of the less developed parts of the world. I'll read that again. The results of neo-colonialism is that foreign capital is used for exploitation rather than for the development of the less developed parts of the world. Investment under neo-colonialism increases rather than decreases the gap between the rich and the poor countries of the world. The struggle against neo-colonialism is not aimed at excluding the capital of the developed world from operating in less developed countries. It is aimed at preventing the financial power of the developed countries being used in such a way as to impoverish the less developed. Non-alignments as practiced by Ghana and many other countries is based on cooperation with all states, whether they be capitalist, socialist, or have a mixed economy. Such a policy therefore involves foreign investment from capitalist countries, but it must be invested in accordance with a national plan drawn up by the government of the non-aligned state with its own interests in mind. The issue is not what return the foreign investor receives on his investment. He may in fact do better for himself if he invests in a non-aligned country than if he invests in a neo-colonial one. The question is one of power. A state in the grip of neo-colonialism is not master of its own destiny. It is this factor which makes neo-colonialism such a serious threat to world peace. The growth of nuclear weapons has made out of date the old-fashioned balance of power, which rested upon the ultimate sanction of a major war. Certainty of mutual mass destruction effectively prevents either of the great power blocks from threatening the other with possibility of worldwide war. And military conflict has thus become confined to limited wars. For these, neo-colonialism is the breeding ground. Such wars can, of course, take place in countries which are not neo-colonialist controlled. Indeed, their object may be to establish in a small but independent country a neo-colonialist regime. The evil of the neo-colonialism is that it prevents the formation of those large units which would make impossible limited war. To give one example, if Africa was united, no major power bloc would attempt to subdue it, but do it by limited war, because from the very nature of limited war, what can be achieved by it is itself limited. It is only where small states exist that it is possible, by landing a few thousand Marines or by financing a mercenary force, to secure a divisive result. We're watching that today in Africa. The restrictions of military action of limited wars is, however, no guarantee of world peace, and is likely to be the factor which will ultimately involve the great power blocks in a world war. However much both are determined to avoid it, limited war, once embarked upon, achieves a momentum of its own. And of this, the war in South Vietnam is only one example. It escalates despite the desire of the great power bloc to keep it limited. While these particular wars may be prevented from leading to a world conflict, the multiplication of similar limited wars can only have one end: world war, and the terrible consequences of nuclear conflict. Neocolonialism is also the worst form of imperialism. For those who practice it, it means power without responsibility. And for those who suffer from it, it means exploitation without redress. Exploitation without redress. In the days of old-fashioned colonialism, the imperial power had at least to explain and justify at home the actions it was taking abroad. In the colony, those who served the ruling imperial power could at least look to its protection against any violent move by their opponent. With neocolonialism, neither is the case. Above all, neocolonialism, like colonialism before it, postpones the facing of social issues which will have to be faced by fully developed sectors of the world before the danger of the world war can be eliminated or the problem of world poverty resolved. Neocolonialism, like colonialism, is an attempt to export the social conflicts of the capitalist countries. The temporary success of this policy can be seen in the ever-widening gap between the richer and the poorer nations of the world. But the internal contradictions and conflicts of neocolonialism make it certain that it cannot endure as a permanent world policy. How it should be brought to an end is a problem that should be studied, above all, by the developed nations of the world, because it is they who will feel the full impact of the ultimate failure. The longer it continues, the more certain it is that its inevitable collapse will destroy the social system of which they have made it a foundation. Neocolonialism. And we will come back here, but we're going to watch just a little clip here. Make sure it's the right one with the book. Hold on. All right, this is the book.
Kwame Nkrumah's Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, published in 1965, is more than just a book. It's a warning, a manual, and a prophecy all at once. Nkrumah, Ghana's first president and one of Africa's greatest Pan-African thinkers, believed that the struggle against trade deals and aid packages. This new system, neocolonialism, kept Africa politically free but economically dependent. The book is a detailed exploration of how this hidden empire works, chapter by chapter. And today, we begin our journey through it, starting with Chapter 1, Africa's Resources. Chapter 1, Africa's Resources. Nkrumah begins with a simple but powerful truth. Africa is immensely rich, from gold and diamonds to oil, bauxite, copper, and uranium. The continent holds resources that the modern world cannot function without. Its soil grows cocoa, coffee, cotton, and palm oil that feed global industries. Its rivers could power massive energy projects. But here's the paradox. The richer Africa is in resources, the poorer its people seem to be. Why? Because for centuries, Africa's wealth has been systematically drained away. During colonialism, the infrastructure built in Africa, railroads, ports, and cities, wasn't meant to connect Africans, but to extract raw materials and send them abroad. Gold from the Gold Coast enriched London, cocoa fed factories in Europe, and diamonds from South Africa sparkled in the West, while Africans themselves remained trapped in poverty. Independence should have ended this. But as Nkrumah warns, neo-colonialism kept the cycle alive, the mechanisms of control. Instead of open rule, former colonial powers now use trade domination. Africa exports cheap raw cocoa, but imports expensive chocolate. Banking systems. Financial institutions decide what African states can borrow, spend, or save. Technology monopolies. Machines, patents, and knowledge remain controlled from outside. The result? Africa's immense resources continue to serve foreign interests while Africans remain marginalized in the global economy. The hope of unity. Yet Nkrumah does not write only to condemn. He believes Africa's resources are not a curse, but a gift, if Africans control them. He envisions a united Africa that can industrialize, negotiate as an equal on the world stage, and transform its wealth into real freedom for its people. Chapter 1 shows us the foundation of Africa's dilemma: riches without power. The next question becomes, what are the obstacles preventing Africans from using these resources for their own development? That's exactly what Nkrumah tackles in Chapter 2, Obstacles to Economic Progress. So stay with us as we dive deeper into how neocolonialism works. And if you want more people to understand Nkrumah's timeless warning, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to AfriFacts, where African history speaks for itself. Chapter 2, Obstacles to Economic Progress. In Chapter 1 of Neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism, Kwame Nkrumah showed us Africa's immense wealth and the paradox of poverty in the midst of plenty. But he doesn't stop there. In Chapter 2, he asks the hard question: why can't Africans turn these resources into true prosperity? The answer, he explains, lies in the many obstacles to economic progress, obstacles carefully maintained by the forces of neocolonialism. The legacy of colonialism. Nkrumah reminds us that when colonial powers left Africa politically, they did not leave economically. They designed colonial economies to serve Europe, not Africa. Railways, ports, and even education systems were all built with one purpose: extraction. So, when African nations declared independence, they inherited economies that were dependent, fragile, and unbalanced. Monocrop economies. Most African nations were locked into producing a single crop or resource for export. Cocoa in Ghana, groundnuts in Senegal, cotton in Uganda, copper in Zambia, oil in Nigeria. This meant that entire national economies rose and fell on the price of one product. Prices set not in Africa, but in London, Paris, or New York. One bad harvest or a sudden price drop, and an entire nation could be plunged into crisis. Lack of infrastructure for Africans. Colonialism left behind infrastructure designed for export, not development. Yes, there were railways, but they ran from the mines to the ports. Yes, there were schools, but only a few, designed to produce clerks and interpreters, not engineers and scientists. So Africans entered independence with limited capacity to process their own raw materials or build industries of their own. The debt trap and foreign aid. Nkrumah also highlights the trap of foreign aid and loans. What looked like generosity was often a way to keep African nations dependent. Loans came with strings attached, forcing governments to buy foreign goods, hire foreign companies, or surrender control over key policies. In the end, aid was not about building African strength, but ensuring Africa stayed tied to the economies of the West. The brain drain of skills. Another obstacle was the shortage of skilled labor. Colonial governments had deliberately avoided training large numbers of African professionals. As independence came, there were too few doctors, engineers, economists, or administrators to run complex economies. And many of those who were educated often found better opportunities abroad, leaving their home countries at a disadvantage. For Nkrumah, these obstacles were not accidents. They were part of a deliberate design to keep Africa dependent. His conclusion is clear. Unless Africa breaks free from these structural chains, political independence will remain hollow and neocolonialism will continue to dictate Africa's destiny. Chapter 2 exposes the roadblocks holding Africa back, roadblocks placed there by design. But Nkrumah does more than diagnose the problem. In the next chapter, he reveals the most powerful tool neocolonialism uses to maintain control: imperialist finance. Stay tuned for Chapter 3 of our journey through neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism. And remember, if you believe more people should understand how Africa's present is tied to its past, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to AfriFacts. Together, we tell the story of Africa in Africa's own voice. Chapter 3, Imperialist Finance. In the first 2 chapters of neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism, Kwame Nkrumah established 2 important truths. Africa is rich in resources, and yet its progress is blocked by obstacles designed to keep it dependent. In Chapter 3, he reveals one of the most powerful tools used to maintain that dependency: imperialist finance. Nkrumah argues that money itself became a weapon in the hands of the former colonial powers. Through banks, credit systems, and international financial institutions, Africa's economies remain tied to the West. Political flags may have changed, but financial control did not. He explains how colonial banks, branches of British, French, and Belgian financial giants, continued to dominate African economies after independence. These banks decided who received credit, what projects were funded, and even which currencies held value. In effect, they held the power to determine the very direction of African development. Nkrumah points out that this financial system was never neutral. It was structured to favor foreign companies while starving local initiatives. African farmers and entrepreneurs often struggled to access credit, while foreign corporations were given easy loans to expand their operations and tighten their grip on African markets. Even worse, profits from African industries rarely stayed in Africa. Instead, they were repatriated abroad, enriching foreign shareholders while leaving African nations underdeveloped. Capital new African states established their own central banks and currencies. These were often backed by reserves held in Europe. This meant that the value of African money was still dependent on the economic health of former colonial powers. True sovereignty remained out of reach. At its core, Nkrumah warns that imperialist finance is not simply about money, it is about power. Control of credit and currency becomes control of national policy. Without financial independence, political independence is little more than a shadow. Chapter 3 leaves us with
So I'll stop here for a moment and I'll come back and review a little question. But I want to speak on those constructs there. And we have to see those constructs. And as His Majesty said, we have to counter them. So we have been given instructions. His Majesty said, counter these. We have to become a counterforce. And not only did he just say become a counterforce, we have to become a counterforce to save ourselves from annihilation. We have to become a counterforce to save ourselves from annihilation. So now, when we look at liberation versus neocolonialism, we watched and read just now with Kwame Nkrumah and the construct of neocolonialism throughout Africa. But now, there's secondhand history showing we, the children of Africa, left out of these lands of Africa and traveled many times before Europeans came abroad. And when we look at our history, as we have studied through our Ethiopian Kings list, our presence in the West, our presence as Yucatan, Joktan, also brings us into an indigenous conversation as well. So it brings us to where we also have to look at our presence here in the West prior to colonialism, our trade in the indigenous lands from Africa throughout the indigenous lands prior to colonialism. And so now we also have to explore the construct of the indigenous presence, the prior presence before colonialism, and our people that were brought as slaves through the triangular slave process. And when we say we are free, is the system that controls financial structure and empowerment still controlled by colonial forces? Do we have an independent financial system? Do we have an independent government? Have we been able to define laws based on our own cultural constructs? Have we ever experienced the liberty to define our reality? If not, we here in the West are also part of neo-colonial structures. Do we have anyone that disagrees or feels that's a question or wants to give an input in any other, or someone would like to say something? Because we're speaking of neo-colonialism and we're trying to get a clarity of it, that it is in the East and in the West. Yes, floor is open. I see a hand, but let me see who it is. Someone's hand came up, but I didn't see who it is. You can speak, floor is
Yeah, Rastafari. Yeah. I did want to conclude on this note because I was speaking about Libya, which is another country now. So I would like to say this for the record. Here in this country, I do know one who was fortunate to, by the grace of the Most High, set up a nation within a nation, that is the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, who established the Nation of Islam here in this country. And I will say that that would be a prime example of nation building in a sense. As I say again, in reality, and that has been proven and not just speculation. Give thanks. Alhamdulillah.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, in all honor and respect to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Still in those aspects, the Nation Islam professed itself under religion and took a 501 D8A or something, D8A or something. They were like one of the last people to get it. And, you know, even when the Minister Louis Farrakhan went to accept the money from Libya, it was not accepted as a nation under the constructs of it. Meaning, the minister did not go into the process as a foreign agent of the United States. So when we speak about liberation and nationhood and coming from under the structure, it's just as we were explaining to some of our fellow Moors, filing the UCC is to the first, not to the first lien holder. It's to the second lien holders. It's the warehouses. So you're trying to claim the stock in the warehouse, but the first lien holder still has the lien. That was the Pope. His Imperial Majesty is the counter to the Pope's lien, to the first lien holder, which comes under the Papal Bull doctrine. Now, when that is countered, His Majesty counters the Pope and claims us as his people when the Pope said we were a soulless people under the Papal Bull declarations, all of them, from the east to the west. Now, when the King of Kings comes, he is the only one that can challenge the Pope as the highest authority of the elect of God. And in their transcendent language, in the doctrines of the Papal Bull, he could challenge them as a Christian king. So in the utterance of that, it was not something that we have to make up, because we couldn't make that fall in place through time. It fell in place. And in 1930, those kingdoms of Europe that were conquering and that, they went to Ethiopia and they bowed down. Now, after that, we have the awakening of many black movements, prophets, and so forth coming to us, awakening the black people of the world. But none of them could resurrect us from that shallow grave, meaning if we're still considered a corpus, we were still considered a dead people. So when the King of Kings places his charter, when the King of Kings says that we are his people, now we are not just a lost people or dead people or people who have no place, no land, no soul. Because if you don't belong to them, they say you're a soulless people. So now you're restored from the corpus. But in the next aspect, there has to be a completion of that. So the next aspect is the King of Kings gives us a charter, not just a declaration of we are his people, but gives us a charter so that now we can go as an equal government to government. And now in those aspects of going as an equal government to government, it's on us now to become the creative, imaginative minds to envision the world past their box. It's not the precedent of their system telling us we are legitimate. That's one of the constructs that we have to understand. It's not them saying they give us emancipation. It's not that. It's a precedent that has not been being pushed. And that's an equal government. And now when we speak about their claims of authority, England, so forth, gave all these charters out. And these are the things that we're under. But these are the same people who received the charter for the colonies. So if they were the people who received the charter for the colonies, all of the presidents of the United States, they trace them back to the original people of receiving the charters of the colonies. So these are still colonists. This is neo-colonial. And so we've been under these neo-colonial governments for so long that we don't see past the old precedent of just almost just basic religion or organizations of nonprofit fighting for equal rights, but not an operating government. When we speak of a government, the Moors do not have a constitution. The Nation of Islam doesn't have the constitution. They don't have a charter defined from a head of state. It's this aspect of His Majesty, not the religious, not the battle to prove His Majesty would be to Jesus. We're talking about the life works of His Majesty and what He implemented in international law for us. Now, the next stage of that is strictly here in the United States, not strictly here, but more adequate to speaking here in the United States. The Treaty of Economics and Amnesty is a treaty that provided juridical authority. That means you have the ability to administer, create policies, create law. So with your Constitution, you're supposed to be coming with the new vision for tomorrow. And as the brethren said earlier, not to duplicate the European system that has constructed us, but to think as Gaddafi, where we create a system that does not oppress our people, but free them. Freedom from the worries of basic things. The regular necessities of life should be given unto all. These people are voting to say food is not a human rights. We in trouble if that's the mindset of the people that are leading. And so we have to step forth in our full power. And that means there has to be a big step in unity. His Majesty spoke heavily on collective security. So there are things that as under collective security we must equally all see. We must see neo-colonialism. We must understand the law of continuity. We must really truly understand what is liberation. And we must in solidarity be in agreement with this so that one standing for it means it protects it for all people. It protects it for all indigenous people. Because now we're not normalizing colonial control, colonial standards of over our lives still. We're reclaiming them. See, that's the works of liberation. But that's a fearful place for many people today. Why? Why is this conversation a fearful place for many people? I'll open the floor and then we'll go to question number 2, back to question number 2, so that we can get into this Montevideo Convention and so forth as we look at the definitions. Floor is open as I check to see if any of the guest speakers come forth.
Well, give thanks, brethren. Thank you for clarifying that for me, because that was something I always wondered why he wasn't able to get that money, and you just really clarified something to the fullest degree for me. And thank you very much for that, beloved. Give thanks.
Yes, but construct, yes, we are many nations, and soon we will walk in that capacity. The tribe of Shabazz, that's a customary, that's a tribe in any definition of however anyone may take. So then we have many nations, many tribes. So yes, it is, but in the works and what was completed as in the constructs of breaking, the precedent of the old initiative has stayed the same. Even in the constructs of Tony Morris did the research on the UNIA, and he found that Marcus Garvey created a government. That was the UNIA. But in that construct, the only thing was the UNIA did not go to the next stage of entering into a treaty or so forth. So there were limited applications in international law that applied it as international. But in other aspects, because of Garvey's conquest, they were pushing Garvey as a diplomatic, in a diplomatic aspect, to free him from the prisons in the United States. But when Garvey entered into the courts of Jamaica, Garvey did not argue as a sovereign member of a sovereign nation. He argued as a citizen of Jamaica in the rights to the Constitution of Jamaica. So when you go back and look on the record in the Loft case for Marcus Garvey, that was finally ruled and given his precedent a favor, Garvey went in as a citizen and not as the president of a sovereign diasporic nation or so forth. So in that aspect, that precedent still was not in place. So now when we step forth in a new precedent under the Ethiopian World Federation, where you can be an NOI member, you can be a Moorish Science Temple, you can be a UNIA, you can be a Sa'aseta Khan, you can be Rastafari, Christian, Muslim, Sunni, Shiite, whatever you want to be. And you're talking about the same thing you say for America. If people say, oh, I'm an American citizen, they don't say I'm American citizen because of my religion or only with the people of my religion. They're saying that with all of the different people, LGBT, Christian, Muslim, Jew, boom, whatever they say they're American, they in allegiance with that. So that's a solidarity. See, so that's where we look at the instruments that need to be created to solve the problems. So that means we have an instrument, and the instrument is ordained by an emperor, not by just one of us that tried to theorize and come up with something, not by hopes of saying that this has divine authority and we quote the Bible. No, the emperor signs seal, charters this entity, sends forth his nephew, Prince Maloku Bayan, the Emmanuel Bayan, the real Bay, to us, to organize us. Now, we're operating in a structure that has the component to be an equal force with the colonial forces. We have an imperial power. They coming where they think they're an imperial power, imperial force. We have an imperial seal. We have a royal seal. We have a royal charter. Now, how do we create and construct this liberation? Well, I'll open up where we were to open the discussions, and then we'll go to question number 2. Local 49, we were pushing under the reparations. Our reparations have to be in the same development as Gaddafi. And one of the keys of Gaddafi's operation was the overstanding that the natural resources of the country belong to the people. It's the wealth of the people. So it should be benefiting the people. And opposite, in the colonial systems, we pay taxes, and the wealth of those taxes benefit the policies and the decisions and the lobbying and the wealth of big pharma and whoever can pull the funding to come to them through some war project or something else. And then the circulation of the wealth doesn't go back to the people. The people are double taxed again and said you owe more taxes. So you're investing in a corporation over and over and over again, and you're getting no return. In the opposite, Gaddafi said that all of the resources of the country belong to the people. So every time that money made money, the people made money. So they have money for their medical, money for the school, money for their first home, money for their wedding stuff, money for them if they wanted a farm. So now what happens, the people's minds have to go to their visions. They can think freely. They're not stressed. They're thinking what they want to do. If they want to be a farmer, they can have that vision because they know there's going to be something in place to help them set on that mission. So what happens? The country prospers. The wealth circulates back to the people. The people spend more back into the country. The economy keeps circulating. The wealth keeps growing for the people because it keeps, every time they put wealth back into the economy, the wealth builds them. So in that, we've been building with the African kingdoms and queendoms and the tribal chiefs here in the Americas and so forth to work out a way where we could have our people register under what's called a tax residency certificate. A tax residency certificate. If you study most foreigners in the world, and you'll see what we talk about when we talk about neocolonialism too, is that most foreign countries in the world, when they come to the United States, they're able to not have to pay taxes because of tax treaties and so forth with the United States, because they're paying taxes back to their country, to their people. But if we are paying taxes not to a development that's going to develop us, then whose interests are we funding? So when we talk about developing reparations, meaning His Majesty placed us on the path of our own government. Now, in that patriative path, we have to create a repatriative path of our financial institution. So being able to not fund other governments but fund our own is the key. But you have to free your people from having the burden of funding another government. So it's called a tax residency certificate. And once you're able to get those tax funds that you were paying to the United States, to the UK, to Canada, so forth, and you're able to pay half of that, so you're able to do more for your family, and then the rest of that goes into a tax residency certificate payment to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Sovereign Wealth Fund. The Sovereign Wealth Fund of the diaspora would be a connected sovereign wealth fund, even with other tribal kingdoms, even with indigenous communities. And the funds would fund projects, investments, turning more and more funds, providing more trade funds. In that return, it would return dividends. And those dividends would be paid on a quarterly term to all of the tax residency certificate registrants. So it's not that you would be paying taxes, it's an investment process. It's a sovereign wealth fund. And so it's the same system. And the reason the partnerships exist with African indigenous is because the same reason the Europeans are in Africa. You have to understand it's strategic. If they're strategically using Africa, natural resources through the exploitation, you have to counter it and use that same empowerment in the opposite of what they're using it for. So you have to change the trajectory, reuse the resource. So the partnerships are in those constructs. So this is in the mindset that we have to think in a greater picture, because we're countering a great force. We're not just countering a sheriff department that's been harassing our community. We're talking about far-reaching parasitical systems that we're trying to deworm from our system. We're trying to deworm, cleanse the system, detox the system. So how do we do that, and how do we in-place our own system? We need creative and visionary minds that see the new system, that brings the righteous judgments that their systems won't carry. We can carry. Talk about the righteous systems, we mean in that their systems don't honor human rights. Their systems don't honor religious. Hate the systems that honor that. We in place the systems in our systems because that's how we show them. We don't go ask them to do it. We implement the standards in our systems, and then we show them this is what is demanded as human rights in the systems for our people. And any violations of them is a violation of human rights. When we move in power in the constructs of that uniformity, then Africa can get behind us, because then we become the funders of Africa. How? The Sovereign Wealth Fund, the tax funds that we give away to these other governments. Now we become the investors in Africa. We become the investors in the governments. So now they don't have to bow down to neo-colonial influence. We become the foreign exchange. Why? Because we're in the other countries making the foreign exchanges. We're making the USDs. We're making the euros in the countries. So now we become those funders of that foreign exchange. So now the IMF and all of these banks cannot limit Africa's amount of foreign exchange needed to develop itself. That's how they play the role of dominance and power. But we have to think in a strategical manner to counter, to construct these things. But we have to think as a sovereign people. We can't give back the power to our enslavers. We need critical leadership that speaks from this component. You cannot waver, because many people of the world are depending on us. So let's go to our next component. Make sure no one has their hands up. So I kind of touched on it just now with collective. Oh, hold up, did I share it? I'm sorry. All right, I kind of touched on it with collective economics, collective security, talking about the tax residency certificate. And we have to understand, some people want to separate each other. FBA, and some want to say they ain't got no connection to Africa. You know, we can't get in the contrickery of things that don't make no strategical sense. And this is where His Majesty is saying we have to become greater than our environment. We have to become those mindsets that see the strategical importance. And we can't leer away. And we have to know how important it is at protecting it at this time. Because the doors are closing. The things that need to be done on certain levels will not be able to be continuously being able to be done. The system is changing fast. And you have to know this. So collective economics is collective security. And so this is where we were talking again with the tax residency certificate, being able to create a sovereign wealth fund, which is a collective fund to develop funding for main infrastructure developments in Africa, to produce major funding, help them develop refineries, minings, where the Europeans have dominated at. So I'm going to go down to 5 and then I'm going to come back up. I misquoted it. International law and the law of continuity, the Montevideo Convention. Let's do this. Law of continuity. Give anyone got an idea? Somebody want to give a breakdown what they feel is the law of continuity?
Mugusa Salam.
Yes.
Let you move. Yes, I give thanks. But after the liberation of the African countries that liberated through armed struggle, promoted and promulgated by His Imperial Majesty Abakudus Kinamawe, Haile Selassie Exhibit as being a catalyst and a freedom ground to come train and learn the aspects of liberation, which is military training, political training, and spiritual training is what they came to Ethiopia and learned. And after the freedom was won and the colonizers came forward to the table, again, after being defeated, they came with a program of continuation that many of these African liberation fighters signed pacts of continuation avenues, the trade routes, and the goods to still be open, to still be able to ascertain the goods and things that were flowing during the time when they was under the heel of colonialism. So the um to pay for that was to sign pacts of continued colonialism, which many of them actually said pervade per uh, verbatim the continuation of colonization act, as our elder mother queen of the OAU has told us in her findings and studies of what happened after most of them got their freedom. Yes, I. Nila.
See it. So it goes. You're correct, but it goes both ways. In the aspect of the forced economical treaties that many of the African countries were forced in place under, like, you could sell us the cocoa, but you can't make no chocolate. You can't compete. And they put them under a 100-year contract. So these type of things was what you would also call the continuity of colonialism, which is the terminology we're using now is neo-colonialism. But under the law of continuity, on the other opposite counterforce, which is us, is when we say law of continuity, you represent your ancestors. And I want everybody here on this call, I want you to really breathe right now. I want you to relax. I want you to feel your ancestors in your heart. You represent them. And you're never supposed to say they're gone or they ended. They're not here no more. They discontinued because they continue in you. So that's the law of continuity. Regardless of colonialism and slavery, the state still continues. The nation, the tribe, the customary kingdom still exists. The international law of continuity primarily refers to the doctrine of continuity of states, meaning a state's legal identity, rights, and obligations persist despite internal changes, revolutions, new governments, territory shifts, or external events like occupation, ensuring stability, predictability in international relations. It prevents automatic extinction of the state and shifts focus to the state's succession rules only when identity is truly lost, maintaining a consistent legal relationship and treaty obligations. When His Majesty gave us a charter, our right as a continuity of the kingdoms, the tribal empires of Africa, of Ethiopia, was restored to full right, a right of recognition of continuity. So when we speak to governments, we speak to them as a continuing nation, a continuing government. See, their trod was to extinct us. We never say we're extinct. For then you leave your post. If you leave your post, you've yielded, you succeeded the power to the other flag. So we stand our post under the law of continuity. Our continuity is under a charter of the most ancient kingdom in the world. What more royal prestige could we ask for as melanated indigenous peoples, black peoples, Africans, Ethiopians of the world? To be inducted back into the empire, chartered back into the empire, constituted back into the empire by the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, a people made whole. So he was a defender in the gap, a defender in the break, in the breach, a restorer to build strength where there was a breach of protection, a breach in time where there was a forgotten thought, a forgotten memory of our greatness. A call to us in all lands, a recognition by all people, from Asia to the Lakotas, to His Majesty being called the Great Buffalo. The insignia for a time. Key aspects of continuity of states, preservation of identity. So you hear us say, we are a customary people. His Majesty is a king and emperor. That is customary, a kingdom. It is tribal. It is customary. And so we are Cushite tribes. We are the Cushite tribal people of the empire of Ethiopia. So our nationality is Ethiopian. We're a continuity. When we stand on this, we don't have to go divided. If a brother comes to me as my brother, and I hope he comes back on, he was on early. I know it took us a minute to so we had some technical difficulty earlier. Let me just make sure, see if he might have came back on. Okay, he did. All right, even as our brother comes as the Chickasaw Nation and Chief Red Wolf, but then he tracks his history through a bird, a symbol, the phoenix, which the Cherokee, the Creek, many of them held. And this phoenix system, this phoenix symbol, they trace back to a people of boat builders called the Phoenicians, back to the Canaanites, who are Cushites. So in many different aspects, we could argue about wording, but His Majesty came to teach us about oneness. That's why His Majesty was the head of a church that was meant to remind us of oneness, the Tawido. So there's a message in everything. So when we speak about strategical alliances for empowerment, this is the reason the Ethiopian World Federation entered into the Treaty of the Circle of Life. The Treaty of the Circle of Life. The Treaty of the Circle of Life is to build a circle of indigenous people who have all fallen prey to the Papa Bull Wars, and that we bring an alliance under collective security that we will protect each other from ever falling to that, and that we will stand and we will speak as one. This is an alliance of life. We look around the world today and we see so many alliances of death for profit, exploitation, and control for continuous profit. Strategic maneuvering, not thinking about the feeding or the sustainability of generations of babies who are hungry. But people have plots and strategical movements that they are making for profit over life. Who is there to stand in the gap? If His Majesty stood in the gap for us to empower us, what did He empower us to do? Was the torch handed on for us to stand in the gap? So we must first identify the breaches. We must first identify neocolonialism. We must first recognize how we cannot give away our power because we are the ones who have to stand in the gap for the people. How important that is. So let's do this. It should be here. Let me see. I might have it here. I don't know. Oh, I gotta go inside. Hold on. I gotta do this. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to blow it up big enough for y'all. Let me see if it's time. It's time. Might turn. I gotta blow it up. But I just want to read this first part. I don't know if it's visible for y'all. And this is the Treaty of the Circle of Life that was first signed with the Lakota tribe. We've signed with the state of the African diaspora, and so forth. So I'm going to cite some of the things that you can see. We, the people of the Circle of Life, in order to form a more perfect union for human life, human rights, social justice, sustainability, and the right to our indigenous culture, religions, and sacred lands, under the first governing law of the Circle of Life, which is respect for the spirit in all. The Treaty of the Circle of Life is the collective of nations, tribes, and people that have been enslaved, colonized, and terrorized under the Papa Bull Doctrine, who now come together under collective security to protect the circle of life from such acts ever happening again in any form. This is a treaty of collective security to give a voice to the voiceless and the unrepresented nations. Let the standing of culture include the right of self-definition and not historical genocide committed under the era of slavery and colonialism against the indigenous peoples of the world. Let religion Be freedom or right that is operative and not merely a right to choose. Let nationality be defined and aligned with divine right of birth. Thus, nationality is part of a religious freedom. This is the Treaty of Social Equity for Cultural Identity. Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. Assembly Resolution, United Nations. We, the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, herein as the Ethiopian World Federation Inc., or EWF Inc., and the Lakota Nation enter into a treaty of kinship as the first union of the circle of life, but not limited to. A kinship attested to by antiquity, written in all walks of life, as we are the children of the stars, children of the Most High God. We come together to reestablish an ancient union that was broken by the edicts and the wars of the Papa Bull. The Treaty of Collective Security and Social Equity for Cultural Identity. Therefore, all claims under the Paper Bull Doctrine of jurisprudence upon or over any member of the circle of life is defined kinship, nation, or people is now null and void, as we recognize the sovereignty of each other in love, truth, justice, and peace. Null and void is recognized. Oh, okay, hold on. And let the bounds of this union never be broken as we unite as keepers of the circle of life. The Walakota, peace, harmony, and balance, restored to natural life. And us, we say Ma'at. African indigenous unity in the Americas and abroad existed long before the European colonial era. It is understood this is a restoration of our ancient treaty of peace that existed prior to the Papa Bull Doctrine. So we have united East and West in a circle of life. Not a division, not a FBA. That's unstrategic for us. It does not build us to an economic standings to where we could stand as one against a tyrant. You know, I watched a little short documentary about this white guy that owns everything from Variety magazine to the Golden Globe Awards and everything, and he dictates everything for Hollywood and controls the top news things that direct the statements and everything. And so he controls the narrative. And when anything upsets him, he buys the company, takes over the company from people that he feels challenged by. That's how they operate in their aggressive power. It's economic tyrants, economic colonialism now. And see what they have did, they have collectively learned to use our allegiance to them as their financier. They've learned to use our allegiance to them as their financier. Anybody wanna, before we read this, anybody wanna speak on that? Anybody got an idea what I mean by that? Or have been studying something that makes them kind of theorize on that? They've been able to use our allegiance to them to finance themselves. What does that mean?
My greeting.
Greetings. Floor is open.
Yes,
Greetings.
sir.
Queen Afua.
Lord Rastafari, Majesty. Yes, sir, and I give thanks for this hour and give thanks for another opportunity to get things better than I did the days before. Yeah, I'm kind of going back a little bit because I was engaged and I wasn't able to share what I understood, the little bit I understood about um, the law of continuity.
Yes.
Yes. So I think it is great because I learned a little bit about the law of continuity in 2007 when I was doing a little bit of exercise and a little bit of stabilizing of my brain, so I might sound a little bit anxious, even though I do sometimes. But yeah, the law of continuity, when the Rastafari Millennium Council was established, I remember they brought a lawyer, a Caucasian lawyer from South Africa by the name of Roger Channel, and the structure in which he had advised them to set up the Rastafari Millennium Council and the law that he recommended to govern that entity embodied in part and parcel of the law of continuity, because the law of continuity recognizes the living culture, how the culture is passed down to generations, the languages, the governance from a African perspective. So I was glad when I brought that up as I go into the 2026, 2019 in our Ethiopian calendar. And I just overheard a voice message that was going around from a brethren who I'm very familiar with, how he was talking about the way in which the administration within the entities within Rastafari, and particularly he was addressing the Nyabingi, how it operates and how he thinks it should operate, that he's asking them to call the generations that come from the generation who are present here, who understand a little bit about the laws and the tradition of the Rastafari that I and I have been living in, and how the culture is passed down. And it's just so interesting that I brought that up in terms of the law of continuity. And I just wanted to add that it talks about the living culture, the process of maintaining and transmitting the heritage of our people. Leonard Howell, the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, the Ethiopian World Federation, the Constitution is a living document to continue for generation and onto generation. I just wanted to add that. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Give thanks. Divine reasoning. And in our constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation, it directly states divine heritage. Divine heritage. Divine heritage. And that's important. And I'm going to read this little bit, and I'm going to want to let the chaplain, Amdi, come in on divine heritage and the definition. When we speak about repatriation, what is, but we're going to read this and we're going to definition, and then we'll have our chaplain, Amdi, come in. The Treaty of the Circle of Life. Now, this is 2025, and we've entered into this treaty with the state of the African diaspora. We've entered into the treaty MOU with the Chissaquah Nation, with Chief Red Wolf, in the protection of our indigenous members here in the West, the unification of the Yucatan, Joktan, of those Gullah Geechee, Maroons, Freedmen's, that were here as well. So I just want to cite this language to you. We, the undersigned indigenous nations and peoples, affirming our sovereignty, self-determination, sacred duty to protect our lands, traditions, and future generations, hereby enter into into this multilateral treaty known as the Treaty of the Circle of Life. The treaty is enacted in full force as of 2025 under the authority of customary law, the law of continuity and private customary trade law, rooted in our ancestral governance, lawful custom, and spiritual traditions. The treaty serves as a collective security economic alliance among indigenous nations who were victims of slavery and colonialism under the Papa Bull, the doctrines of discovery, and the Berlin Conference. We reject all neo-colonial remnants and systems of delegated authority, claiming legitimacy over our lands, people, and ways of life. We do not consent to colonially defined systems that seek to destroy or suppress our indigenous ways. We are returning to the sacred principles of our own standardizations, customary trade, and diplomatic unity outside foreign legal impositions. Article 1, Objectives 1. To reestablish trade, cultural, and spiritual relations between indigenous nations across continents based on trust, reciprocity, and customary protocol. 2. To form a coalition of protection and mutual defense for the sovereignty of indigenous territories, natural resources, to protect and seek return sacred lands, artifacts, and ancestral remains. 3. To conduct commerce through private customary trade laws outside colonial legal frameworks using ancient practices and agreed standardizations. To unify. 4. To unify under one umbrella for diplomatic, economic, and ceremonial exchange, free from constraints of colonial borders and institutions. 5. To provide medical and other immediate needed services to all reservations USA, but not limited to, /Canada, and treaty signatories such as solar energy, water services, waste management, medical, to foreign trade zones. 6. Provide support to all refugees of war. 7. Collective security to protect each other from cultural, meaning spiritual, ritual, indigenous ways to customary law is defined cultural heritage. To protect each other's from physical and economical genocide. To protect each other from cultural, physical, and economic genocide. From neo-colonialism to protect each other's liberty to self-determination. See Montevideo Convention. Article 2, Principles. 1. Sovereignty. All signatory nations retain full sovereignty and are recognized as equal partners. Customary law. All nations and interactions are governed by ancestral customary law and private treaty agreements. 3. Reciprocity. All exchanges will be mutually beneficial, respecting traditional, ecological, So where was that? A customary law. All interactions are governed by ancestral customary law and private treaty agreements. Reciprocity. All exchange will be mutually beneficial, respecting traditional ecological knowledge, spiritual principles, and sacred trust. 4. Non-aggression. All parties commit to peaceful resolution of conflicts and reject all forms of militarized intervention, occupation, or coercions. Article 3. Structures of cooperation. Circle Council, a council composed of representatives from each signatory nation to meet annually, and Sacred Assembly. 2. Elder Council, a spiritual advisory a spiritual advisory council of elders from each nation to ensure decisions align with natural and divine law. 3. Trade tribunals to resolve disputes through traditional mediation, private customary law systems. 4. Cultural exchange platforms, support for language revitalization, cultural education, and traditional ceremony. Article 4. Economic exchange. 1. Private trade network. All economic activity will be conducted under private customary trade law, free from colonial taxation and regulation. 2. Natural resource stewardship. Shared stewardship agreement for land, minerals, waters, cannabis, and sacred plant medicine. 3. Currency and value system. Implementation of barter, sovereign tokens, or agreed currency systems based on mutual consent. 4. Joint ventures, cooperation, develop projects, and Article 5. Membership. Founding signatories, the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, the Lakota, Oyate, Teskuno, Okoan, Toshito, or Toshifai. Future memberships open to all indigenous kingdoms, queendoms, and sovereign peoples who affirm the principles herein and uphold their own sacred traditions. This treaty was amended by 75% consent of the Circle Council and affirmation by the Elder Council. The treaty is binding for all signatories for a term of 50 years with automatic renewal, subject to affirmation by each nation. So, this signatory, the state of the African diaspora, the one that's already signed, I just don't have it right here right now. So, these are the constructs in which we have to look to encountering neo-colonialism. There is one other aspect I did want to go through. Anyone want? All right, go ahead. The floor is open. Floor is open. Floor is open now. We just read the Treaty of the Circle of Life, and we're going to let the chaplain come in on patriations, reparations, repatriation. What is the real definition? But the floor is open. Anyone have some questions on the treaty? And okay, iPhone. I'm not sure. I see someone say iPhone. Yes, sir. Floor is open.
Okay, greetings.
Greetings.
Yes, I just asking a question. I remember when I was very excited about the relationship that I saw that was developing between the Ethiopian World Federation, whether it was just local 49 or the entire Ethiopian World Federation government and the Lakota, the indigenous people. I thought it was very dynamic, and that was one of the things that drew my attention even more so. And I know that DI as foreign minister and foreign affairs has been engaged intentionally I want to ask at this stage, from the international structure, are they still engaged on that level, or where is it today, and what are the projections in terms of the relationship and tightening it and manifesting the responsibility according to our indigenous way of living?
Yes, yes. They are still engaged. The structure took us to building a network. So, as we said, we signed the treaty with the State of the African Diaspora, in collective with the State of the African Diaspora, and FANA and many other different entities. We have a united legal council that argues for artifacts and remains for the kingdoms and queendoms throughout Africa, as well as the indigenous communities here in America. We bring Chief Chasing Horse and his father on into those committees. They were in hard pursuit. They had the boarding school, mass killings, and they were putting together the archaeological teams and a legal team fighting also on the fronts of showing that there was a genocide around the boarding school aspects that was taking place. Now that story has kind of been covered up, but that's where they were. The last strong engagements were there, and then recency, Leonard Patel, Chief Chasing Horse Senior's and Chief Chasing Horse uncle was released from federal prison as one of the longest held federal prisoners. So they've been in the welcoming homes position with him. And so their commitment is still there. They're looking at a lot of aspects in these same components. And so we will definitely be coming to the table on all of these things. They are also part of the entities putting forth the legal declaration of the pushing forth of the law of continuity. FANA and SAWD has signed in on that. FANA is an indigenous organization here in the United States and in the Americas and so forth. But I can't even just say the Americas because I think they're also tied to Hawaii and the Philippines as well too. So there's a lot of unity coming together to redefine the way we have normalized neo-colonial rulership. So in that aspect, as we stand strong, we help others be able to stand strong. One of the main aspects, or one of the biggest stories about the Lakota Nation, is they were one of the last warrior fronts fighting. And in the end, they were the ones that did not accept the payment. They have the longest standing case in the federal courts, went to the Supreme Court over the Black Hill Mountains. That's where all of the gold and so forth is at. As Chief Chasing Horse likes to say, they've funded America out of debt maybe 3 times, where they go start digging up some of that gold, but they haven't been able to touch the crust of it. But the Black Hill Mountains, they had a treaty that was supposed to remain their sacred area. That's supposed to be the Custard story, where Custard and them, they discover about how much gold is in those areas. So after that, they go into the operation of stealing that land back. That's the Great Wars there. In the end, coming into these times, The Lakota Nation had fought that in the Supreme Court, and they won the case. But the Supreme Court tried to give them something like $5 an acre or something like it. It's a ridiculous number or something like that. But you're talking about, and I don't want to oversay it, but I would say about 3 million acres or something like that. And you're talking about mountainsides and known gold reserves and so forth. The Lakota turned down the funding, the money. The money went up to $5 billion that they were going to pay the Lakota. But the Lakota turned the money down and said their money can't pay for their land. So their tribe is considered one of the poorest tribes in the United States. And, you know, it's not about the tribal wealth. It's about this tribe as a fighting tribe about the truth and about liberation. And they stand in oneness with us with that. So as a federally recognized nation, they are a nation that can enter into treaties. And they entered into a treaty with the Ethiopian World Federation, thereby making us meet the standard of the Montevideo Convention. And I will show that definition, and then I will let the chaplain come in. Hold on. Just show that definition, and I'll close here and let our chaplain come in. And then we have just a short video, 2 short videos after the chaplain, and we'll probably be able to close out pretty early. All right, Montevideo Convention. As we always go through Montevideo Convention, Article 1 of the Montevideo Convention. The state as a person of international law. And this is one of the things that I always say. I have to say, can you be a person of international law by yourself? No, not by yourself, but in your official capacity, as operating in official capacity in the organization. You're a person, you're a protected entity of international law. As a person of international law, so the EWF, as a person of international law, should possess the following qualifications. A, permanent population. So you know, we the black peoples of the world, permanent population. We the black peoples of the world. And we the black peoples of the world, what do we call? Ethiopians. So we the black peoples of the world. A defined territory, peoples of the world, but we also have the territory of Shashamani. But we, the black peoples of the world. So we are the indigenous melanated peoples of the world. A government, so we have a constitution. We have bylaws, constitution. And then, so constitution is number 3. Number 4, capacity to enter into relationships with the other states. So when we signed the treaty with the Lakota tribe, we met these four components and we entered into a relationship, signed a treaty with another state, making us a person of international law. Now, this is strategy for a position of power to complete the mission and the works that His Majesty set us on. How can we save ourselves from annihilation if we move as a powerless people? What is the strategy for power? So, Chaplain, with that, please come in and give us some words on repatriation, patriation, and so we can have an understanding of what His Majesty means when He gave us a charter. His Majesty gave us a divine heritage. Yes, I give thanks. Chaplain Amdi.
Oh, yes, sir. Ngusa salam. Lekimu. Malcolm Negatu. Abak Kudus. Katamawe. Katamawe. Haile Selassie. Siam. Exhibit. Sila. Yes, I give thanks for this opportunity. Give thanks for this time. Sila. Sila. Yes, I. Can I hear I still?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I see the screen? Aye.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I. Yes, I give thanks. Well, when we dealing with our people, we are oracle people, meaning everything about I and I people is spoken word, is word, sound, and power. That's why we say we are people of word, sound, and power. We are it's oracle people. It's prophetical. We are the griot, of our people. We are the watchmen. We are the griot of the king. That's who we are. So I'm gonna go through this quickly so we can see the symbolism, because a lot of things in the symbolism of what go on with I don't think we as a whole have really caught or even know, because a lot of it hasn't been cited. It's not really cited to we in this time that a lot of we know. So we know about the triangle slave trade that our people uh, had to go through. The great Ma'afa, right? So we'll come forward from that, right? So within that now, coming out of that, I pray that I all of I will call in here. Let's see here. The great Ma'afa of our people, for it was prophesied that we would be taken away captives. For how could 10 come in and take 100 away? Because we always had more numbers. How can 10 come in and take 100 away unless their rock had sold them? So their power, their rock had already foretold and sold them away for these things to happen. But for merely multitude, it would not happen. See, so after the slavery, during the slavery, the setting up of the slavery, we have the confusion, which is the sense of chaos, divide and rule, to break the power of the people. Because in the time when we was put together in the belly of the ship coming through the sea, as they threw some of us off board, and it was an economic endeavor, you know, because someone just wanted to get the insurance money, you know, so they made atrocities happen just to get the insurance money without even have to get the people to the so-called new land and try to sell them. So a guarantee was to just say the goods was lost at sea, because all goods are insured. So these goods, which was human cargo, was insured. So a lot of them, like the essence of the Zong ship, when they reached to Jamaica, they went farther past Jamaica to the other side of the island, and they threw these people overboard. They shackled them one by one and threw big boulders on the chain and threw them into the water. And as the chain come through, it just pulled them one by one over the ship into the water. This is the massacre of the Zong, Zhong, the Zong massacre that a lot of ones we never heard of, for just to get the insurance policy that they had going on at that time. But other times in doing that, it would create a sense of nationhood, brotherhood, sisterhood, fatherhood, motherhood among us, because it left so many orphans and things that ones had to take care of youth was not theirs. So it made us a village, even though we come from different places, different parts. We was kidnapped from the continent. But when we got together into the same ordeal and the same problem, we became one. So there was a need once we reached the land to break that. So they had to break that. So they have come with the Willie Lynch, who was the harsh slave maker and breaker in Jamaica, in the West Indies, from island to island. He come up with that strategy because they had to have a one to make and break the human spirit of these free people who was free by customary liberty and customary sovereignty by nature, by law. So thus, the Willie Lynch letter and the making of a slave by the Willie Lynch. Gentlemen, you know what your problems are. I do not need to elaborate. I do not need to elaborate. I am not here to enumerate your problems. I'm here to introduce you to a method of solving them. In my bag here, I have a foolproof method for controlling your black slaves. I guarantee every one of you that if installed correctly, it will control the slaves for at least 300 years, all the way to 2012. My method is simple. Any member of your family or your overseer can use it. I have outlined a number of differences among the slaves and make the differences bigger. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control. These methods have worked on my modest plantation in the West Indies, and it will work throughout the South. Here he's speaking in Jamestown, Virginia, and to Williamsburg is where he traveled when he gave this speech. These methods have worked on my modest plantation in the West Indies, and it will work throughout the South. Take this simple little list of differences and think about them. On top of my list is age, but it's there only because it starts with an A. The second is color or shade. There is intelligence, size, sex, size of plantations, and status on plantations. Attitude of owners, whether the slaves live in the valley or on a hill, east, west, north, south. have fine hair, coarse hair, or is tall or short. Now that you have a list of differences, I shall give you an outline of action. But before that, I shall assure you that distrust is stronger than trust, and envy stronger than adulation, respect, or admiration. The black slaves, after receiving this indoctrination, shall carry on and will become self refueling and self generating for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Fire. Don't forget, you must pitch the old black male versus the young black male, and the young black male against the old black male. You must use the dark skinned slaves versus the light skinned slaves, and the light skinned slaves versus the dark skinned slaves. You must use the female versus the male, and the male versus the female. You must also have your white servants and overseers distrust all blacks. It is necessary that your slaves trust and depend on us. They must love, respect, and trust only us. Gentlemen, these kits are your keys to control. Use them. Have your wives and children use them. Never miss an opportunity. If used intensely for 1 year, the slaves themselves will remain perpetually distrustful of each other. Thank you, gentlemen. So this is the instrument that they unleashed on our people. Tribalism, that His Majesty told us is the greatest pitfalls of our nation, for it opens the door for foreign intervention to come in to have to referee us, and they will want something in return to have to come in and play the referee because brother is fighting against brother, sister against sister. As for slavery, during the slavery time, what we look for the redemption of the black people, the greatest word of the Bible for look for the redemption and the dignified liberation of black people and our sovereignty to return came through Psalm 68, verse 31. Princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch forth her hands unto Exhibir. Fireball. Hi. Yes. In my ear. Ethiopia will stretch forth her hands to receive the divine Son. If you see in my ear here, holding Ethiopia itself in the form of a person with eyes and a nose and a mouth. This one is the embodiment of Ethiopia. He is the embodiment of our faith. He is the embodiment of our standards and our covenants, which is Tarahido. He is the Tarahido. For the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and the gathering of the people shall be unto him. And Shiloh mean he who is to come, and to him who it belongs to. Selah, word from the Mustafa Bahan, the book of light. The phrase, black slaves waiting on Christ's freedom from colonialism, describes the theological interpretation developed by enslaved Africans and their descendants who adopted the Christianity imposed by their enslavers to become a source of hope for both spiritual salvation and physical liberation from the brutal realities of chattel slavery and the broader system of colonialism. Here is a breakdown of the meaning. Black slaves refers to people of African descent who were forcibly enslaved within colonial systems, primarily in the Americas and the Caribbean. Their experience involved extreme physical, psychological, and social oppression. Waiting on Christ's freedom. This reflects how enslaved people interpreted biblical narratives, especially the story of the Exodus, where God, Exhibir, delivers Beta Israel from Egyptian bondage as a promise that Exhibir would eventually deliver them too. For many white enslavers and missionaries, Christian freedom was presented as a purely spiritual state, an afterlife reward, which did not alter the physical condition of slavery. Fireball hot. So this was the preaching of the gospel that the slave masters was preaching to them. And preaching in the Bible, the slaves must obey their masters. This is their preaching that our reward will be after death. Not this life, but after death. This is the difference in theological liberation. Where's the liberation theology? Stila. For many white enslavers, the missionaries, Christian freedom was presented to the slaves, to the black people in bondage as purely spiritual state, an afterlife reward which did not alter the physical condition of slavery. Waiting on Christ's freedom. This reflects how enslaved people interpreted the Bible narrative, especially the story of Exodus, waiting on Ixabir delivers Beta Israel from Egyptian bondage as a promise that Ixabir would eventually deliver them to. Thus, the significance of Psalm 68, verse 31, Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands. In contrast, Black Christians saw Christ as a liberator, an emancipator, who offer both a better afterlife and immediate real world freedom from their suffering and oppression. So he's the liberator and emancipator. In contrast, Black Christians saw Christ as a liberator who offer both a better afterlife and immediate real life freedom from their suffering and oppression. This belief provided immense psychological strength and was a driving force behind their resilience and eventually abolitionist movements. From colonialism, this places the experience of slavery within a larger context of European colonial expansion and exploitation of resources and people in Africa and the Americas. The desire for Christ's freedom was a longing for release from the entire oppressive structure built by colonial powers, which included the institution of slavery, racism, and social injustice brought forth by the papal doctrine. For outside the grace of Christ, we were considered inhuman and 3/5 of a human being. In essence, the phrase encapsulates a unique form of resistance theology where the Christian Hebraic faith, initially used as a tool of control, was reimagined by the enslaved and oppressed to nurture their growing demands for equality and to sustain their hope for eventual total liberalization, both in this world and the next world. Overstand that. Yes. Revelation 12. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, fireball, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth and pain to be delivered. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth, fireball. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child, as soon as it was born. And she brought forth a man-child, whom was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up unto Ixibir and to his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared of Ixibir, where she was needed. A people without a culture who needed a culture. A people without a faith who needed a faith in the wilderness. Yes, that they should feed her there 1,203 days. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceived the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels was cast out with him. Fireball, hot, Stila, Ethiopia, Tawahido, Negus. Yes, I. Word from the Mashafa Bahan, the dragon with the 7 heads, sit upon by the woman, Stila, mystery Babylon the Great, took captivity with the tongue. This means to gain control or power or control over someone through deceitful or manipulative speech. Essentially, capture them with their words. Fireball. Initially, capturing them with their words. Capturing them with words. Fireball. Hot. Red. Yes, I. In this sense, fireball. Out of these turmoil of looking forward to Ethiopia, a voice arise in the wilderness. Marcus, Mosiah, Gavi being one of them. The image of Ixibir. If the white man has the idea of a white god, let him worship his god as he desires. If the yellow man god is of his race, let him worship his god as he sees fit. We, as Negroes, have found a new ideal. Whilst our Ixibir has no color, yet it is human to see everything through one's own spectacles. And since the white people have seen their God through white spectacles, we have only now started our out late though it be to see our Ixibir through our own spectacles. The God of Isaac and the God of Jacob, let him exist for the race that believes in the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. We, Negroes, believe in the God of Ethiopia, the everlasting God, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy King, Spirit the King, the one God of all ages. That is the God in whom we believe, but we shall worship him through the spectacles of Ethiopia. Marcus, Messiah, Gavi, Sila, Sila. Word from the Mashafa Bahan. Isaiah 55:4. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and a commander to the people. Fireball. Isaiah 55:4 describes the suffering servant as the witness, a leader, and a commander to the people. This means that the servant represents Ixibir, leads people to follow him, and commands people to obey him. Explanation. The witness. The servant represents and speaks in Ixibir's name. He confirms the covenant that Ixibir made with his people. Leader. The servant teaches people to profit and leads them in the right way. He leads people out of their own ways and to his ways. Commander. The servant commands people to obey him. He is wise, powerful, valiant, and a courageous leader who is always victorious. The servant calls a nation that was ignorant of true faith. Nations will eagerly run to him because he glorified the only and true living Ixibir. Moan Bessa, Zemanagahuda, the faithful witness, our holy witness in Christ, our holy leader in Christ, our holy commander in Christ. New covenant golden invitation of the holy Tawahedo King, Isaiah 55, fireball. Zechariah chapter 14 describes the second coming of Christ, the last deed of Jerusalem, and the millennial kingdom of glory for black people and sovereignty that follows after his victory. The chapter also describes the signs of the times before Christ is coming as the fate of the enemies of the church. Fireball, overstand that. The shield of our united defense. The shield that sealed the dragon. The shield of our united defense. His Imperial Majesty, Kadamawe, Haile Selassie, concubine of the tribe of Judah, King of Kings of Ethiopia, and elect of Exhibia. 1 Timothy, till I come, give attendance to reading, to exhortation, to doctrine. Neglect not the gift that is in thee, which was given thee by prophecy. Overstand that. Selah. 1 Timothy chapter 4, 13 through 16. Till I come, give attendance to reading, to exhortation, to doctrine. Neglect not the gift that is in thee, which was given thee by prophecy. We are oracle people. With the laying on of hands of the presbytery, meditate upon these things. Give thyself wholly to them, that thy profiting may appear to all. Take heed unto thyself and unto the doctrine. Continue in them. For in doing this, thou shalt both save thyself and them that hear thee. Fireball, overstand not. We return to our customary liberty, our customary sovereignty, for we, to our tribalism of truth and rights given to we, that we stand in, which is the more ambassador, the lion. So we see the Mahel Safari with their lion manes upon them. Lion mane upon the shoulders. This is tribal. Yes, in the Ethiopia way. Tribal. We know a lot of indigenous ones, they wear feathers of the birds and things of that nature. Our tribal is built off the lion. See, so our tribalism you see within this is the warriors having on the lion mane them. Yes, the Mahel Safari. See, our tribal connection. And Sarach, the early patriarch, Enoch walked with the Lord and was taken up, that succeeding generations might learn by his example. Noah, found just and perfect, renewed the race in the time of devastation. Because of his worth, there were survivors, and with a sign to him, the deluge ended. A lasting agreement was made with him that never should all flesh be destroyed. The rainbow, the red, gold, and green, the rainbow, fireball, the law. For in this time, Isaiah 31:1, fireball, hot, but let I and I go forward in this manner. First, here. So after the slavery, when they said the Emancipation Proclamation came in the Berlin Conference, they gathered in the Berlin Conference in 1887. They gathered in the Berlin Conference and divided Africa and chopped it up in pieces, as this was the Africa that this Tawahedo Ethiopian king who was born into, fireball. And they want to keep us as their footstool and them being over us and running the resources in Africa. The British, the French, the Germans, the Dutch, the Belgians, the Italians, all of them want to do the same for I and I, that they had the same plan for I and I in that time for us to come in that way. They had the same plan to carry out against our people. So we have to know through the prophecy, Isaiah 31:4, For thus hath the Lord spoken unto me, like as the lion and the young lion roaring on his prey. When a multitude of shepherds is called forth against him, he will not be afraid of their voice, nor abase himself for the noise of them. So shall the Lord of hosts come down to fight for Mount Zion and the hill thereof. Ethiopia, fireball. Revelation chapter 12, verse 5. Ethiopia stretched forth her hands, and she brought forth a man-child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up unto Exhibir and unto his throne. It's at Mebrek, fire and lightning. Yes, I, the conquering lion, more and best of Selah. Psalms 2. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and get their cords from us. He that sits in the lab, in the heaven lab, the Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord has said unto I, thou art my son. This day have I begotten thee. I asked of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thy inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Crack. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. The Lord with fear and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry and you perish from the way. When his wrath is kindled but a little, blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Fireball, Ethiopia, Koheb, Negusi, Ethiopia, Star King, Fireball, Psalm 110. The Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at thy right hand until I make thy enemies thy footstool. The Lord shall send forth thy rod of strength out of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thy enemies. Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power. In the beauties of holy youth, in the eye, thou is young again. Fireball, the Lord has sworn and will not repent. Thou art
My chaplain fell off. I'm sorry. Yo, hold on one moment.
he
There he
He
goes.
shall fill the places with the dead bodies. He shall wound the heads over many young trees. He shall drink of the brook
Chaplain,
in the way.
pardon,
Aye.
chaplain. You dropped off for about 5 seconds, and your
Fireball.
picture, your screen not showing if you're trying to show your screen.
Aye. Give
Yeah.
thanks. Sheila. Fireball. Hot. Red. Sheila. Yes, I. Psalm 110. The Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand until I make thy enemies thy footstool. The Lord shall send forth thy rod of strength out of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thy enemies. Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power. In the beauties of holiness from the womb of the morning thou hast to do of thy youth. The Lord has sworn and not repent. Thou art a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. The Lord at thy right hand shall strike 2 kings in the day of his wrath. June 30th, 1936, Geneva, Switzerland, the League of Nations. He shall judge among the heathen. He shall fill the places with the dead bodies. He shall wound the heads over many young trees. His Imperial Majesty, Abakadus Kinamawe, Haile Selassie Yom Exhibir, is the only world leader that made it out of that hall until our time. Everyone else did not make it out of that hall. They did not come out of that room and come into the 1970s. None of them. He shall drink of the brook in the way, therefore shall he lift up the head. Light, fireball, word for the Mashafa Bahan, book of life. Joel, chapter 3, verse 2. I will also gather all nations. I will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage, better Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. June 30th, 1936. The League of Nations, His Imperial Majesty, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, with the scepter of Solomon in his hand, pleaded with them on behalf of international morality and his people, who they are scattered among the nations, and they parted my land. Colonialism and neo-colonialism in the partitioning of Africa through the Berlin Conference. They parted my land. Fireball, overstand that. Sila. Our task is to improve the economic lot of all African peoples, to raise them to a standard of living comparable to that enjoyed in the most highly developed regions of the world today. This is a task and a challenge which must be met. And because this touches all of us, all must labor and work for success in this endeavor. His Imperial Majesty, Kadamawe Haile Selassie. His Imperial Majesty, voice to the OAU, fettered and bound. The events of the past 150 years require no extended recitation from us. The period of colonialism, of which into which we were plunged, culminated with our continent, fettered and bound, fettered and bound, with our once proud and free peoples reduced to humiliation and slavery, with Africa's terrain cross-hatched and checkerboarded by artificial and arbitrary boundaries. Many of us during those bitter years were overwhelmed in battle, and those who escaped conquest did so at the cost of desperate resistance and bloodshed. Others were sold into bondage as the price extracted by the colonialists for the protection which they extended and the possessions of which they disposed. Africa was a physical resource to be exploited, and Africans were chattels to be purchased bodily, or at best, peoples to be reduced to vassalage and lackeyhood. Africa was the market for the produce of other nations and the source of the raw materials with which their factories were fed. Today, Africa has emerged from this dark passage. Our Armageddon is past. Africa has been reborn as a free continent, and Africans have been reborn as free men. The blood that was shed and the sufferings that were endured are today's Africa's advocates for freedom and unity. Those men who refuse to accept the judgment passed upon them by the colonizers, who held unswervingly through the darkest hours to a vision of an Africa emancipated from political, economic, and spiritual domination, will be remembered and revered wherever Africans meet. Many of them never set foot on this continent. Overstand that. Others were born and died here. What we may utter today can add little to the heroic struggle of those who, by their example, have shown us how precious are freedom and human dignity, and of how little value is life without them. Their deeds are written in history. Words of the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, Selah. Prayer and constant supplication to the Almighty are the source of our strength. Without his help, all our labors are in vain. His Imperial Majesty, Abakudus Kedamawe, Katamawe Haile Selassie Siam Exhibir. This man is your friend, Ethiopian. He fights for freedom. Joel chapter 2, verse 1. Blow ye the trumpet in Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord cometh, and for it is near. In that hand, Field Marshal General of the African Liberation Movement, Abakudus Ketamawe, Katamawe, Haile Selassie, Moan Bessa Zemanagati Zehuda, Siam, Exhibir, Tekla Hamanad. Yes, His Majesty, it is supreme freedom fighter with all the freedom fighters meeting at the Pan-African Freedom Conference in 1962. Sela, all of them you see. Patrice Lumumba, you see. Oliver Thumbe, Nelson Mandela, you see all of them there in attendance with the king there. Sela, Ali. Yes, I. Pray the item.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Yes, I. Hold on for 1 sec. Hold on for 1 second, King.
Oh, show your screen because you were showing a picture just there?
Can you see? The screen still showing?
No, no, no.
I have, hold on for 1 second. All right. See, now, this picture here,
Still
the
not
item
showing
see
it,
this.
your eye. You gotta do the share.
I shared it. Right. This picture was censored. This
It,
picture has been censored. And we just got this picture in the last couple of years. This was the censored picture. Can you item see this picture?
no, no.
You still can't see?
You haven't hit share there. It didn't roll or nothing.
Hold on, let me see. All right.
No,
Hold up. Let's let it count down now. All right. Did it share now?
no.
It still didn't share?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, but it just went off.
When
It
it
free.
starts to count down, don't hit it again. Just let it count down. No. Just break it down, because I want to get I see His Excellency Chief Stefan for the Khoisan has joined us, and I want to give him a chance to speak, but I want to give him an update, kind of what we touched.
Okay.
So you can go ahead.
But you might have to give me because I'm reaching the climax of what I really wanted to share. You might have to, since you're the host. I think whoever had the host, you might have to turn it over.
I don't have it. You have the ability to share, because if it's coming up where it's coming out, I think you're hitting it twice, because you were just sharing earlier.
No. Okay. Share screen. Start broadcast. All right. Can you see that?
No.
No, I don't know what's going on because
Okay,
I'm
Chief.
sharing.
Ross, try to just quick it up because the time difference is different for us in South
Okay.
Africa. So I want to let Chief Stefan come in and before it gets to a certain time.
All right. Let me try one more time.
Chop, you might have to restart or come back in, log in again, close the app out.
Okay. Well, just let the chief come on in, and I'll just seal up after. Because probably I have to come off the line and come back on. Because if I can't see that, then yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
All right.
let's
Yes,
get
sir.
back to where we were at, so Chief can catch on where we were at. We have Chief Stefan greetings. We have been touching on the difference between liberation and neo-colonialism. And we've been touching on the many different aspects that Nkrumah actually touched on as well. But liberations versus neo-colonialism. And a lot of times, many people are dealing with a simulation with a system that is set up to exploit and oppress them rather than to create their system of liberation. And so we were defining how neo-colonialism is a structure. And we read through the Treaty of the Circle of Life and how we're creating a circle of life through collective economics, collective developments, and so forth. And I also wanted to ask you to just speak on from the perspective of the Khoisan Kingdom, the battles of definitions and what colonialism has done to the territory. And then, you know, a lot of people have got a misconstrued definition of reality from the neo-colonial system and from their propaganda media, that the diaspora, that me and you, that the brothers and the sisters on this call, that we are not brothers and sisters, that we can't connect, we can't unite, we can't build, we don't like each other. So to those fallacies and to, you know, not too much detail, but, you know, some of the things that are progressing that show that these things are not true. If you want to come in and build on, please come in, speak on it. I know the time difference, so I'm calling you in without really giving you all of the full insight, but I know just by speaking on those and our previous conversations that you can come in pretty well from there. Chief Stefan, thank you for joining us. The floor is open to you. Amashe, Amashe.
Mache to all. Mache to all. Give thanks, Honorable Minister, and your esteemed panel, Your Excellencies, your Royal Majesties. I give a greeting and bow before you. And when we say Amashe, is to show the sign of respect, and is to greet those that are with you in spiritual, whether you call them ancestors, whether you call them angels, because we as Africans, we believe one is not walking alone. So we recognize and bow before your God. Recognize and bow before you. Is a show of unity, show of respect, and also strengthen, and it's one of the greetings that when you greet your brothers or your sisters, you join with them. You are one blood. When we say Amashe to you all. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I hope I'm audible. Yes, it's still in the morning in the South Africa. It's 6:22 a.m. in the morning. However, I had to take time and move away from the family so that I don't disturb them. Thank you for this opportunity. Indeed, I've listened to quite a few, and part of this discussion is very overwhelming and very spiritual and also very insightful. How South Africa is being kept from the light, how South Africa or Africa being kept from all the opportunities to serve its nation. We, the Khoisan, the natives of this land, we understand the culture. We understand what the neoliberalism did, or the colonization did, to our country, or to our well-being as the humanity. What happened is, over the years, many years, it was the enslavement of mind, and also physical punishment to our body and spirit. That has broken a lot of our brothers and sisters. But because we yielded and also kept the faith or the culture of God, whether you call it in your language, you call God Mudimu Ra, Ramasedi, whether you call him Ra or you call him Jah, it doesn't really matter. I've listened to the highly respectable, our prophets, our leaders talking, and everything that he has said, I must really echo that. Without the culture, without the faith, without the belief, without faith, there is no way a man or a native without faith and culture is lost. That is all we understood, but we kept faith as the Khoisan. All our religious or cultural practices, they are intertwined. We see Africa as one. We see Al-Kabulan as one. We see ourselves inside, not outside this realm. We see our God, we see our ancestors through the nature, through all the symbols, mountains, sky, stars, the sun. And when we worship God, we know without fire, we cannot do it. We cannot make it. And that has kept us going. And we kept the culture of God. We kept the commandment. We still keeping the commandment, as though we know that the colonizers, they have managed to divide us, but we kept going. We kept strong. We kept believing. For we know that without us as the natives, the land is barren. The land cannot bear fruits. That's why you will see all the famines, all these horrible things happen, because our blood speaks. We are from the Lion Kingdom. I need to declare that, Honorable Minister and esteemed panel, that we are from the Royal Lion Kingdom. It has always been, from the generations, from the King Davids, when they took our land, they took everything from us. We We were told as the Khoisans, in terms of our history, we were told that we don't have culture, that we are uncultured people. When they entered into our realm, into our land, they stripped us the land, they stripped us the language, they give us different language. They ensured that we are more divided than being united. The national Khoisan, or the Khoisan kingdom, the San, the natives, the Khoi people, we have roamed around this land. We have walked around this land, whether you call it the Sadek region. We have existed. We're still existing. They tried to alienate us, but we still existing, Your Excellencies. And till this day, we are still toiling. We are still working the land. We are still fighting for the land because we were dispossessed of the land. Politics came in, swept in. They also enslaved us. The political system has also eroded what the Khoisan are still building in this country. We are still one united. As though we know the kings and the queens, there is war because of politics, because of the white men came to divide us. We have always viewed them as the enemy of the people, the enemy of our ancestors. They've killed us. They have enslaved us. They have robbed us from the land, from the minerals. They have taken our livestock. For I know within my family, within my mother's family, we have lost land. We have lost livestock. That is the background and the history that we still carry in our veins, in our blood. It's still painful till this day, my brethren, that we still living in a very harsh conditions in South Africa. We live in a situation where if you come in South Africa, and I know in other African countries, I may have not traveled all the countries in Africa, but for I know what the media has done, or has showed, or has portrayed, or has also protected, is for us to take our land back, the land of our forebears, the land of our ancestors. We see the Ethiopia as the beacon of hope. We see Ethiopia as the protector of Africa. We see Ethiopia not outside South Africa because they've used the language to divide us. Africa is Ethiopia. Africa is El Kabula. Africa is one family. Africa has all the disciples that are found in the scriptures. Egypt is found in Africa, and many other countries that today we talk about. The rivers, the system, the animals, all these tells a good story of who our Jah is, who is this God that we're talking about. We are still standing. We will stand, we will fight, because this fight needs both men and women who are carrying the rod or the staff of God to ensure that his nation is liberated. The liberation doesn't come cheap. The liberation must not, or revolution must not be sold. The revolution of our people needs both our brethren across the diaspora to come together and fight the war. Who is the Khoisan? It's all the San people, all the black people, if you use the color. It's all the brown skin, because we see our land through, we see ourselves through the soil. That's why all the kings all the politicians who were truly sent to liberate us knew that they are the son of the soil. But when the enemy came, they betrayed the Khoisan. They betrayed the San people. Because of greed, we lost all those important things that were taken away from us. Artifacts. I can name them, but we all know as to what it truly been took away from us that made us suffer. Because if you take a culture away from a native person or from the native people, Honorable Minister, you kill the root, you kill the tree, you kill the foundation that is needed to build the future. We have all the symbols in South Africa. We have the caves with all the markings. We lived with the beast of the land. We spoke to the beast of the land, and we continue to do so. You can take a native person or a native man or woman. They are able to speak to the winds. We are able to speak to the land. We are able to speak to the sea. We are able to directly speak to God. We are able to speak to ancestors. There is communication. There is love upon us. But if you strip the Khoisan their culture, you make them lose the direction. You make them lose the very fiber or being to exist in this world. This is what I can share with this esteemed panel, Your Excellencies, Your Majesties. I thank you. We'll prepare more and we'll share more when time permits. Amashe.
Amashe. I will open the floor for questions as well, but I wanted to also say many of you have heard of the Danakil, the Lucy bones that are found in Ethiopia. But most people do not know that the bones of Lucy are identified as a Khoisan. In Ethiopia, the bones of Lucy is identified as Khoisan. When they check the chronology, not the chronology, the chromosome likeness, Ethiopia and the Khoisan hold the greatest identification marker closeness in the chromosome levels. So the family, the ancestral antiquity, the ancientness of that connection. The European the time period of the Europeans' connection to that is just so minimal. But they've done so much work to erase so much massiveness of history. But we have to become something now. Means that we've always had the channeling of our ancestral connections, of our cultural connections, of our language connections. Now we're people channeling from a point where we don't always have all of those things, but yet the spirit of those things, because that's where they came from. So the spirit of those things, awakening us in these times. That's where Nyabingi comes from. That's where all of the cultural elements that are awakening in our communities today are coming from. It's an ancestral sounding. So Chief Stefan, I know it was going to be a connection thing early, so he'll probably come right back in. I'm design. Are you ready to complete? Try to complete your component.
Salam.
Nagusala.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sila.
See you.
And I give thanks for the chief. Yes, sir. Nagusa salam to the chief. Yes, sir. Sila. Let's see.
Yes.
Aye. Yes, sir. Can the item see the screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to go.
Aye, Leah. See. Yes, sir. So more ambassadors, Zemanagate is Yehuda, His Imperial Majesty, the Supreme Freedom Fighter. You know, many of us have heard of the story of Mandela and Selassie's gun. You know, because the king was the one who was pushing and sponsoring the African liberation movement by giving the freedom fighters a land to come and train in. He gave Nelson Mandela passport for them to be able to move freely through the colonial territories undercover. He gave them passports. He issued passports to Mandela and different ones so they could move. Word from the Mashafa Bahan. Sila. Kings are not only the guardians of the material, temporal possessions of their peoples, they are also the guardians of their spiritual welfare. Let the speeches of His Imperial Majesty Kadamawi Haile Selassie Siam Exhibit, page 79. Zechariah 13:1. In this there shall be a fountain open to the house of David and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, for sin and for uncleanness. This fountain represents a renewal. This is a renewal of the Ethiopian Cushite African peoples. This is a renewal of freedom and liberation and sovereignty that has been opened in Ethiopia, right? Zechariah 13:2. And it shall come to pass in that day, said the Lord of hosts, that I will cut off the name of the idols out of the land, and they shall no more be remembered. And also I shall cause the prophets and the unclean spirit to pass out of the land. So what has happened through the colonialism, where they came in and have infiltrated and have polluted our faith, our pure water and faith, it shall be renewed through the king, and only that which was pure from the beginning shall left standing. Selah. Ethiopia Kaheb Negusi, the Star King, November the 2nd, 1930. On this day, Rastafari Makana received a new name, Kadamawe Haile Selassie, meaning power of the Trinity. We have to see the renewal, word from Mustafa Bahan, Sila, the light, fireball. 4, Isaiah 9:6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace. Fireball, crowned in Addis Ababa. Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siam Exhibir is anointed and blessed to inherit the Ethiopian crown eternally, forever. A man, a living man. So be it. November the 2nd, 1930, in St. George's Cathedral, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The Abuna Quilios, the fourth of Alexandria, Coptic, came and did and crowned the king along with the patriarch and the attach of the Ethiopian monks over all of the monasteries in Ethiopia in the coronation of the king. The prayer of Abuna Quilios IV, the archbishop proclaimed that God make this crown a crown of sanctity and glory, that by the grace and the blessing which we have given you may have an unshaken faith and a pure heart, in order that you may inherit the crown eternal. So be it. Liturgical prayer is the culmination of a 7-day ritual steeped in ancient Hebraic Christian tradition. Anointing prior to the crowning, Quilios anointed the emperor's head, brow, and shoulders with 7 differently scented ornaments of ancient prescription. The crown itself was made of pure yellow gold and encrusted with diamonds and emeralds. Sacred psalms. During the ceremony, groups of priests and bishops chanted psalms, including Psalm 72 and Psalm 21, which was recited by the Abuna as part of the formal blessings. Both of these psalms have significance, including the other psalms who was chanted. The oath before the crowning, the emperor placed his hand on the gold-bound Bible and swore to uphold and strengthen the Orthodox faith and administer true justice. This benediction officially recognized Kadamawe Haile Selassie as the elect of God and the 25th descendant of the Solomonic dynasty, for he inherited the crown forever. Abakudus Kadamawe Haile Selassie Exibir inherited Mashafa Kedus, the Holy Bible, as defender of the faith. In Revelation, the book was given to him. He opened the book and he signed his name in the book. He signed his name in the book, he sealed the prophecy, for he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. So he is the key. This is the 8th vestment that was given to the king, is the gold-bound book of the Bible, other than the 7 vestments given to him. And here we have the gold-bound Bible with the picture of a Jesus Christo on it and the angels, the cherubims catching the blood through the crucifixion in chalices, and then we have the king there engraved on the holy Bible, wearing the holy chasuble. When they came out of the Holy of Holies in the coronation, they was chanting an ancient holy psalm. The spiritual vestment is worn by the archangel Michael. The precious chasuble is worn by the archangel Michael. Fireball. The 7 holy vestment of the coronation, the crown with Georges, who is Michael, slaying the dragon upon the crown in the front. Sila. Emerald is the stone of the king, which is green, is the color of the archangel Michael. The golden orb of the world, and the significance with Psalm 24. For earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world that dwell and those that dwell therein. And we see the Lion of Judah, triple gold crown there upon the holy orb. Fireball. Stila. For he shall rule from the Gihon River unto the ends of the earth. Through all the faithful, he was crowned king of Zion. So in the Psalms I read forward, Psalms 2, why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves and take counsel against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. This is a battle of sovereignty. And our minister has telling us about the papal doctrine. This is a chess play of sovereignty. Is what this is. This is a chess play of sovereignty. So in Psalms 2, it's telling us what those ones who are fighting against this royal sovereignty, they're wishing to break this sovereignty. So in Psalms 2, they say, let us break their cords from us. Let's break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sit in the heavens shall laugh. Behold, I have my king upon my holy hill of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thy enemies. Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power. I shall send forth thy rod of strength out of Zion. This is the rod that the king inherited as the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. This is the staff. This staff is yellow gold of Ethiopia. Is held up on the crest by two cherubims. And the cherubims are holding the golden continent of Africa, wearing the triple crown of Ixibir, Ma'ab, El, Memphis Kudus, the Tawahido, Akel, powered, Negus. This scepter, this is the holy scepter, staff for the king, supported on the crest by two cherubims holding the continent of Africa, holding the crown of sovereignty of the Black African, given in this time. Stila, Stila, Stila. The rod, the name and the symbol of the king, which is the might and power of divine peace of the Holy Triune, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Irid of truth of King. Yes, Sila, the holy robes and the vestments and the holy chain of Solomon that the king himself envisioned in the 4 squares of yellow gold in the geese symbols on 44 squares that reads Amlakana Hailina Wastawana, our God, our strength, our protector. Fireball. And on platinum plates, on one side, it is 1 Kings chapter 10, and the Queen of Sheba went to King Solomon to ask of his wise mind in pictorial form. And on the other side, it is Psalm 68:31. Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands. So, the story of redemption is written in the vestments of the king. It's in the vestments, the holy vestments of the king. One side is Queen of Sheba going to see Solomon to establish the bloodline, and the next side is Psalm 68, verse 31. Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands to receive. So this is the sovereignty that's bequeathed unto we, and the sword of the king, which is Psalm 45, and the king's symbol, right? So at this time, at the coronation of the king, when the king is crowned, the Berlin Conference and the Scramble for Africa is still in full effect. So when the king is crowned, the map of Africa is checkerboard with European powers holding it. But Ethiopia is the only sovereign nation at that time of this time. Ethiopia is the only sovereign nation, and Liberia, which is under a protectorate of America. The rest of the whole of Africa is under the colonial heel at the time. And we read already in the scripture that the king said, you have scattered my people and you have parted my land. So here, two cherubims holding up a golden Africa continent crowned with the triple gold crown, fireball, hot. So on June 15th, 1935, in the article of Chicago Defender, His Imperial Majesty, Kadamawi Haile Selassie, King of Kings and Lion of the Tribe of Judah, started the world this week with his pronouncement on the Italian-Ethiopian controversy, speaking directly to black Muslim, the old rifles that they had, who had gathered by the thousands from all parts of the country to pledge their loyalty to the government. The emperor took advantage of the occasion to warn black people everywhere, including those in the United States, that they owe their loyalty and support to Ethiopia. I'm not only emperor of Africa, I am king of all Negroes everywhere, including those in the United States and other foreign domains. The Italian warlord is trying to destroy the last best hope you have on earth. And the king, when he stand, I am not only emperor of Africa, he meant what he was saying, for the staff that he holds in his hand. The golden staff that the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah holds in his hand is supported and crested by two cherubims holding the continent of Africa, crowned with the triple gold crown of Moambasa, Dominagators Yehuda. He will swallow up death in victory, and Siam Exhibir will wipe away tears from off all faces, and the rebuke of his people shall he take away from off all the earth, for the Lord has spoken it. No more black get back, no more black come in the back door. And it shall be said in that day, lo, this is our God. We have waited for him. He will save us. This is the Lord. We have waited for him. We will be glad and rejoice in his salvation. Big Italian force invades Ethiopia. Ethiopia will arm today. Emperor tells League 50,000 foes have crossed the border. Italian air base already. Addis Ababa fears casualties among journalists in the hotels if radio is bombed. The Empress Cremenin to aid in defense. Fireball. 250,000 men are marching to the border in advance of general mobilization. Fireball. Silam. Ethiopian emperor faces the storm. Ethiopian emperor faces storm. Kadamawi Haile Selassie stands alone, endeavoring to protect his ancient nation against an encroaching world, because he stands as the only black sovereign in a colonial ruled Africa. So he's encroached on every side. Ethiopian emperor faces the storm, and the other European powers are in cahoots with them. They're all one. They act like they're not, but they're all one to keep the code. Haile Selassie stands alone, endeavoring to protect his ancient nation against an encroaching world. Ethiopia is stretching forth her hands. Ethiopia is stretching forth her hands. Believe world headed for biblical Armageddon, world uprising, and Italo-Ethiopian war foreseen by writer. Forthcoming conflict may be the fulfillment of biblical prophecies. Would-be race war, end of white domination is possible. Outcome, fireball. So the possible outcome, if the king wins, is the end of white domination. If he loses, like he said, this is our last best hope. I wept because it seemed as everything was lost, and I wept. And the strong angel said, behold, weep not, for the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah has prevailed to open the book and release the seven seals into the great millennium of sovereignty and independence and freedom for the Lord's people. Sila, 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 Aliyai, Aliyai, Aliyai. For the Most High has given us our patrimony through the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated to himself as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahil Safari. Off of his kingly immunity, he's given us our holy patrimony after the holy matrimony of the bridegroom, married unto his land and his people, Sila, that land being Ethiopia, Africa. Patrimony, definition, property, inherited from one's father or male ancestor. Heritage, an organization that saves the world cultural patrimony by restoring historic buildings, which are the people. For the first temples of the Most High are his people, Sila, and he's restoring the temple. Remember that. For the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and the gathering of the people shall be unto him. For he is the temple of temple. He's the tabernacle of tabernacles, and he shall put his indwelling irit in his people, for they are his living temples and living candlesticks of his fire. For I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. Sila, Sila, Sila. Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks for the tolerance. Yes, I give thanks for the patience. Yes, I just wanted to bring forward that because many of us don't know the vestments that His Majesty is holding. And it's so beautiful that the king is holding the staff with two cherubims holding up the continent of Africa, crowned with the triple gold crown. Hallelujah. And we know the history that the African liberation movement was spearheaded by the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. Selah, Selah. Give thanks. Yes, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So moving right along, not to waste time, we're going to go right on into the video, and it's going to open up the discussions for the next question. If you go to the negotiation table, as a powerless people, if you go to the negotiation table as a powerless people, what are you negotiating from? You are not negotiating. You are begging. And not one of your children shall beg of bread. We've got lawyers going and arguing colonialism and slavery as a thing of the past. And they want reparations. You don't want reparations. You want restitution, because it's still going on today. Reparations is a patriation. That's why I say, speak to our chaplain, Armed Design. Patriation is given to you by your male or heir handing down. So when lawyers go to the table arguing slavery, colonialism as a thing of the past, they have no leverage. They have no point. And so when you argue for reparations at that point, you're begging of bread, crumbs. So the system puts little crumbs in communities, and the politicians run around and they push us and say they're going to get some funding. And the crumbs, see, it's crumbs. So it's never enough to bring change. When they send people into our communities with grants and funds, they come to do research on you. Research. Not make things better. Research how they have affected your environment.
and how it has affected you. Who benefits from that research? The people who are implementing the attack on your environment and against your physical state. But communities, blind, deaf, and dumb, led by blind, deaf, and dumb, will bring them in and honor, and oh, these people coming to do us this, and they'll give them a little bit of crumbs. Not change, not justice. This is something serious. Because if you're not trying to get change or justice, what are you doing? See, you're an illusion to the people. You're not bringing self-determination. You're not bringing Nia. You're not bringing our purpose. When lawyers go and argue to teach you to become legal, Rastafari, to become legal, what does that mean? Think about that now. What are you saying when you say you want to become legal? You're saying you weren't legal before. You're saying as Rastafari, you didn't have no right to your sacrament. You have no right to your economy. You have no right to sustainability. And anything that you did with the sacrament, with the herb, is illegal. You're illegal. So you go to them and you ask them, please, let us do something with you so you can make us legal. Give at least a few people a grant so they could be legal and make us feel better. What are you saying to your colonizers and enslavers? You're saying all the acts of injustice that they've done to deny you your indigenous customary way was correct. Now, who insanely, as a lawyer, knowing what you're saying, goes and argues this? See, people have been educated and programmed by the system to think as the system, not outside the box. So where they lead you to the box, not out the box. And it's hard because our people so scary and so fearful, they give the power away. You'll make your colonizer, your neo-colonial system become even more arrogant through your ignorance, through your utterance and leadership saying these kind of statements makes them very aware that they can persecute you continuously. They can kill your children continuously because you have no idea. And all I could tell you is heed to this, because if you falling for this, you sentence in the next generation to death. That's why they don't follow these organizations and groups. The youth turn to the streets. They rebels. But we have to teach under the standing of law our divine heritage, our divine human rights, not beg a bread. Not justify our enslavers and colonizers. Not speak without knowledge. It's a tiresome thing. And it's like the souls, they so thirsty for some kind of recognition that they don't even think, man. Wake up. Don't let them. Now, I must say this. His Imperial Majesty gave us a charter of power as a sovereign, indigenous people under customary law. For His Majesty is an emperor, a king. That's customary. And under the Montevideo Convention, that's where you understand the power of the Ethiopian World Federation. So we don't go to their courts speaking as though slavery and colonialism ended, for we are under the charter of His Imperial Majesty. And as long as their system intrudes on our human rights to stand under those positions without hindrance, then colonialism and slavery continues. And that's how you challenge the system. We don't go ask them for make us legal with cannabis, with the sacrament. We inform them that their laws violate our human rights and that we are exempt from such injustice, such laws that are a hindrance against our human rights. And see, the exemption comes just as the indigenous Native Americans are allotted their peyote. They are exempt based on their traditional ways. You cannot come and hinder all our traditional ways and try to Europeanize us under your laws. So you have to stand up for rights, because if you don't do that, then you don't protect that for everyone. You've normalized the principles of colonial rulership, colonial definitions. And these are the things that we must operate against. Anytime our leadership leads us into those boxes, we must question it. Anytime the legal minds that have been trained by their system cannot comprehend to come out of defining our reality based on their box, then we must question it. And we must look deep within to trust and truly walk in faith. Faith and walking in faith is liberation. Love, life, light, liberation. God so loved, there became life. And in this life, we find our light. And through that light, we find our liberation. I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am.
Well, good afternoon, brothers and sisters. Glad to have you back to Tap Video Clemson Brown reporting. Got a great guest with us today, Milton Automati. You know, we've been doing a series on Africa, the liberation of Africa, the history of Africa. I had a great time because I got a chance to travel through Africa with Milton. We went to Zimbabwe. And then we saw the president at the time, and it was a fact-finding committee that went, in fact, with Charles Barron, Adam Clayton Powell III, myself, Milton, a couple other people that slipped my mind. But Milton, as you know, is a graduate of Columbia, the Graduate School of Columbia University. He created Black Star News, a paper which is still running today. Milton has traveled widely, has achieved a great deal in terms of just laying down a foundation for our people's liberation. Great scholar. Sometimes I think he has one of those photographic memories. I can't see how he remembers all the stuff, but he's right there. And tonight he's going to be discussing Kwame Nkrumah's neo-colonialism, the last stage of imperialism. Critical when he wrote it back in 1966. It's critical today in understanding where we are as a people. And it helps liberate us, helps us to understand how we use this particular time to free ourselves with the information that Kwame Nkrumah laid down, 50 years ago. So we're glad to hear from Milton. Milton, one of the things I wish you would kind of give us an insight as to who Kwame Nkrumah was in relationship to Ghana and being the first president of Ghana, and why at that particular time, when his book was published, the American government became so upset. They were giving, I think, Ghana some $26 million or something like that. They withdrew all of the monies and support that they were giving Ghana. Can you give us a little background and why his book was so impactful that America immediately withdrew its contributions to Ghana?
Okay, great. Thank you as always for hosting me, Brother Clemson Brown, on your very impactful and important show that all Pan-Africans need to be aware of. It is on this platform that we get to discuss the challenges that our beloved continent, the mother of all humanity and civilization, is facing, and the reasons why the continent faces these challenges. And we get to discuss some of our great African leaders who sacrificed their life in trying to show us the pathway to total liberation of African people everywhere on the continent and on the diaspora. So before I get into the specifics of Kwame Nkrumah's blueprint, I really call it a blueprint because that's what the book is. Neocolonialism, the Last Stage of Imperialism, is not just a critique of the role that capital, Western imperialism has played in subjugating Africans, but it goes beyond that and it offers the solutions of what must be done. And if a reader wants to be convinced on how powerful this book is, all they need to do is read the introduction. The introduction is less than 10 pages, but it summarizes the entire problem that Africans face. And then it suggests the solution, and then it invites you to read the rest of the book, which I strongly recommend. It is available on Amazon, and believe me, it will be money well spent. Anybody that is not enlightened by this book should come back to me. Come back to me and complain to me. But I am so confident that I recommend this book wholeheartedly. It will not fail to enlighten you, and you will not regret having spent a few dollars to buy this book. If it's the only book you read by Kwame Nkrumah, then let this be the book that you buy. Neocolonialism, the Last Stage of Imperialism. Now, let me just spend a few minutes on, as you suggested earlier, who Kwame Nkrumah was, because that explains a lot what the book is all about. Kwame Nkrumah was born in 1909 in what was then the British colony of the Gold Coast in West Africa. He was a bright young student. He got to become a young teacher barely at the age of 20. First of all, in fact, when he was a teenager, 16, he was already a student teacher in one of those colonial high schools in the Gold Coast. And by the time he was 21, he was a teacher and became a young headmaster, in fact, in a secondary school. And obviously, with more education, his eyes are opening and he starts questioning Ghana's position in the global system, which were dominated, of course, by the European powers, such as Britain, France, and all those other imperialist countries. And then he meets a teacher who had been educated in the US at Columbia. And this teacher starts telling him about Marcus Garvey. So he starts learning about Marcus Garvey's philosophy. The teacher tells him about W.E.B. Du Bois, and he starts reading W.E.B. Du Bois. So, and then eventually at some point he meets Nnamdi Azikiwe, who later on, of course, became one of post-colonial Nigeria's first leaders. And Azikiwe had attended Lincoln University, which of course is an HBCU in the United States. So Azikiwe advised him that if you really want to lift your knowledge of the world, you should go to the United States and attend Lincoln University. So eventually, Nkrumah makes his way to the US in 1935, and he eventually enrolls in Lincoln University. He endures a lot of hardship because he did not come from a wealthy background, so he struggled financially in all the years that he was in the United States. He was able to win some scholarships, which alleviated the tuition payment. And then he did a lot of odd jobs. He was a dishwasher. He was a laborer for a short time. He didn't mind whatever he was doing because he knew the goal was to get education, equip himself to go back and fight for the liberation of Ghana. But Nkrumah's stay in the US made a tremendous impact in his politics because he got to live in Harlem during the summers when he was not in school. He got to see conditions faced by sisters and brothers in this country, our African sisters and brothers in this country, the racism they were enduring, the internal United States colonialism, which was subjecting African sisters and brothers in this country to the same type of exploitation that Africans on the continent were being.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to
subjected to. So that gave him a special and unique understanding of imperialism, more so than any of the other African leaders who were also fighting to liberate the continent. By living right here in the United States, it gave Nkrumah a very special outlook that other Africans struggling for liberation of the continent did not have. And also, while here in the United States, he met many leaders. He met C.L.R. James, who ultimately introduced him to George Padmore, the great Trinidadian liberation fighter. George Padmore perhaps had one of the most strong influences on Kwame Nkrumah's life and became a lifelong advisor. Of course, George Padmore died prematurely at a young age. But in 1945, Nkrumah then left the United States in 1942, now armed with degrees from Lincoln University and from the University of Pennsylvania. He got degrees in theology, he got degrees in science education, and he got degrees in philosophy. So then he heads to the United Kingdom. In London, he meets George Padmore and many other Pan-Africans who were living in the United Kingdom. And Nkrumah and George Padmore were the principal organizers of the 5th Pan-African Congress in Manchester in October 1945. And of course, that, I believe, was one of the most impactful of all the Pan-African Congresses that were ever organized. At that Congress, you found leaders, future leaders like Jomo Kenyatta, Nnamdi Azikiwe was also there. W.E.B. Du Bois was also there. And that conference really came out with a very powerful statement, insisting and demanding on the total independence of African countries from European colonial rule. And then in 1947, Nkrumah then returns to Ghana, and he becomes the Secretary General of one of the earlier parties in Ghana, the Gold Coast Convention Party. But Nkrumah found the party to be a bit too conservative because it was a party of the educated Ghanaian elite, the lawyers, the doctors, the accountants, the early class of African trained professionals. Nkrumah found the party too conservative for his vision. The party, in fact, was not demanding for immediate independence for Ghana. The party was talking for gradual improvement of conditions for Africans in the Gold Coast. So Nkrumah then leaves that party and he creates his own party, the Convention People's Party in Ghana. And that party embraced a grassroots approach and embraced the youth of Ghana and asked for immediate independence, not gradual improvement of conditions for Africans in Ghana. And of course, the British colonial authorities start eyeing him keenly, and eventually they lock him up. They blame him for a protest that had erupted, uprisings, when in fact the protest was the result of Ghanaians being killed by colonial forces when some ex-servicemen who had fought on behalf of empire during World War II went to the colonial governor to demand that the colonial authorities deliver on the promises that had been made to this ex-serviceman, promises that were never kept. And rather than listening to their demands, the police forces and armed forces shot and killed many of these ex-servicemen. And that led to the uprisings. And Nkrumah was targeted and picked out by the British, and he was locked up. But the British at the same time realized that colonialism could no longer endure. Rather than lose everything, the British granted votes for internal self-government. So even though while Nkrumah was still incarcerated, his party actually won and he was elected to the parliament. So the British had no choice but to release Kwame Nkrumah, and he formed the internal self-government. It was not fully independent yet. So they could control all internal affairs. They were not in charge of foreign affairs as well as defense. But a few years later, in 1957, Ghana won its total independence, and Nkrumah became the first prime minister. And I think we discussed in our previous podcast, I should remind listeners, the audience, that Nkrumah invited, in addition to many other guests from the United States, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who was only 27 years old at that time. But Nkrumah could tell that this was a future leader in the United States and invited him to attend that celebration of Ghana's independence. Nkrumah was, of course, and we now remember him as one of the most effective advocates for African unity. Nkrumah said that, and this is what he really wrote and focused on in the book as well, that the Western countries, the imperial countries, wanted our resources and wanted the cheap labor before independence. What makes you think they will not want it after formal independence? They will still want it. So the only way we can protect our sovereignty and our resources is by uniting and forming a United States of Africa. He made that argument very passionately when the Organization of African Unity was formed in 1963 in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. But Nkrumah was not only working on trying to convince fellow African leaders on the need for immediate independence. Nkrumah was also dealing with the imperial powers who were also working overtime to convince the other African leaders not to pursue Nkrumah's approach to immediate independence and unity and a United States of Africa. Eventually, the African countries were divided into two groups. The Casablanca group, which included, of course, Ghana and Morocco and countries like Egypt, which under Gamal Abdel Nasser was actually very socialist and very Africa-oriented in its outlook. It saw itself fully as a part of the African continent and not as a part of the Middle East, as contemporary Egypt most of the time now sees itself. And then the other party was the Monrovia group that included, of course, Liberia, included major countries as well, like Nigeria. And these were the countries that were advocating for a more gradual approach toward unity. But Nkrumah said, he gave this warning. He said, listen, as the years go by, we will become accustomed to being called presidents or prime ministers. It will be much more difficult to unite in the future. And that is why it's critical to do it now, immediately, when we are not yet set and used to being called presidents all over the African continent. Unfortunately, Nkrumah did not succeed, and Africa has suffered the consequences of the failure to form the United States of Africa. We've suffered the consequences since the OAU was formed in 1963. As the audience must know, the OAU has now been replaced by the African Union, which was formed in 2002. And yet, if you see how the African Union is now conducting itself, you must admit that the dream and the vision that Kwame Nkrumah had for United States of Africa is still far into the future. So this is Kwame Nkrumah, and I think this gives a better understanding.
This girl's cruel father pushed her into a river full of deadly crocodiles. He wanted her dead, but Alessandra survived. When she tried to run, her evil family caught her. They locked her up and covered her face with a mask to hide her scars. And years passed. On her 19th birthday, her greedy father decided to auction her virginity to the highest bidder in front of 1,000 wealthy men.
Oh God, please don't let a pervert buy my virginity. Alessandra had to go home with whoever bid the...
Of this book and why he wrote this book, Neocolonialism, the Last Stage of Imperialism. So in the book, Nkrumah has many good points. So let me just focus on a few, and you'll see how prescient he really was. You can almost see that he was a visionary, because a lot of the things he wrote about has now come to bear, sadly and tragically, in most African countries. Number one, Nkrumah said, these countries may look like they're independent countries, but in reality, the people that really push the levers of power are going to be the former colonial powers. And how will they do it? They would do it by finance. And as we now know, that's what they've been doing for decades now, using the IMF and the World Bank to control African countries. They give them these loans, and these loans come with conditions. And some of the conditions are very damaging, conditions which would not be acceptable even here in the United States. So for example, they remove subsidies from food. They remove subsidies from education. They remove subsidies from health care. How are people supposed to survive? Those are the conditions for these loans. And then another very damaging condition is that you should not focus on industries. So in other words, they force African countries to continue selling their raw materials to the industrialized countries and then buying manufactured products at a very high price, rather than using those raw materials to industrialize, to produce manufacturers, and to export the manufacturers and earn higher revenue for these African countries. And Nkrumah predicted that is going to be the system that they'll maintain, and that's in this book. He made many other predictions. He said they will use other African countries to undermine other African countries and to keep them fighting. And sure enough, we have many examples from Africa. We've seen how Uganda and Rwanda have been used to invade a sister African country, Democratic Republic of the Congo, multiple times, leading to the deaths of millions of Africans in the Congo. Yet, even while people are dying in the millions in the Congo, in Eastern Congo, all these Western mining companies are extracting billions of dollars worth of resources. So these wars of genocide are profitable genocide for Western corporations. And sadly, they're using African misrulers as the face of these invasions. And then they portray it as, oh, this is another one of those African problems. that happen all the time. Nkrumah discussed how that would happen in his book, Unless We Form a United States of Africa. Nkrumah also said they will keep African countries always divided because they know that by forming a United States of Africa, they will be able to create huge markets. If you create huge markets for your products, you don't need to be exporting to the former colonial powers anymore, because now suddenly you have a huge market in Africa itself. And by having a huge market, that also provides more impetus to industrialize. Because if you manufacture products, it's very costly. So it's good to have a huge market for your manufacturers, and that lowers the cost and it makes it affordable. And that's how you can industrialize. And Nkrumah was also very forward-looking. He said we should not compete amongst ourselves as African countries in terms of industrialization. So, for example, if Ghana is going to be producing certain manufactured products, Nigeria should produce different types of products. The countries in East Africa, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, they should produce different types of manufactured products so that we're not competing with each other, but we are finding markets for all of us and then to the rest of the world as well. And then at the end of it, he says, all of this can only be achieved in one way, by a United States of Africa. And in fact, let me read that section from the introduction very briefly before I come back to you, Comrade, for your questions.
Okay.
So let me just read this part quickly and then I'm done. He says,
what's the real difference between lemon and lime? Most people think they're the same, but they're not even close. And if you
So, in completing these questions, as we look at the neo-colonialism, and the first video spoke about the depths of language and how we speak to the powers that be, how we define ourselves, how we understand being our own government, self-determination, Kujijakalia. So we look at this aspect what practical steps must be taken to bridge the gap between the diaspora and the continent to restore our natural state of balance, where Africa is oneness, working in unison, back in our natural rhythm, our natural customary ways as free people, outside of the oppression. So this is where we're talking about empowerment. But again, we want to address the video that was played and also the second video with neo-colonialism. I will ask Chief Stefan, we would like you to give us a prayer in the Khoisan language to close out, and a word of wisdom from what the elders have said to you or anything of that nature. But the floor is open on those. We will continue these questions coming, God willing, coming next week, next strong. We will continue this discussion of the diaspora and the unity And we will continue to bring the guests on as they are available. Um, Chief Stefan, anyone have a word from the videos?
If you go to the negotiation table, the
How do
negotiation
we
table
not go to
as
the
a
negotiation
powerless
table
people, if you go to
as
the
a powerless
negotiation
people?
table as a powerless
You
people,
know, do we understand the language of self-executing treaty? Do we understand coming through customary law? Do we understand that even when people say nationality, so we're speaking of Berlin Conference, so we return back to the kingdoms, and if we're aware that our ancestors weren't taken away from nations, our ancestors were taken away from kingdoms and queendoms. So, in saying that, the floor is open. The floor is open to anyone that wants to give a word. Then I will let Chief Stem allow, if he's available to do it, Chief Stefan to give us a word or proverb or the Khoisan. And also, Chief Stefan, um, how does the Khoisan feel about the sacrament? You know, as many of the Idran and Cisterns on here are Rastafari. So, you know, give us the name of the sacrament, the Khoisan language, and so forth, and the history and the medicine, and so forth. But the floor is open. Anyone else have a last question or word before we close out? Give thanks.
We got Sister Jasmine Rowe.
Okay, give thanks. Sister Jasmine. Yes, because I can't see. I'm showing the screen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, greetings. Chair, you still have the screen up, so it's kind of messing up that we can't see where to put our hands up. I've done it though. Wow, it's now 8:39 in the morning here, and I went through sleep, wake to get on the line at 3 o'clock, so I've heard quite a bit. And I mean, the work that's going on is very good. I mean, every one of us have a job to do wherever we are. And as one man says, time is running late. And I give thanks, I would say, because SOAD is also part of as the treaty, and I am the SOAD ambassador in Ethiopia. I had said before to Ms. Lazarus that I can't conflict of interest, but with SOAD there as well, I am always here in Ethiopia for anything that I can do to help. Give thanks.
Yes.
And your screen is still sharing, which is why it's difficult for ones to see what's happening.
Okay. Floor is open. Floor is open. Floor is open. All right. All right. All right. So with that, if there's no more questions, Chief Stefan, if you're able to, can you give us those closing words, a little connection with the sacrament and Khoisan language, and in a prayer to close us out? Amashe, Amashe.
Mashe, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, Your Majesty, give thanks as we has explained what Mashe means. It's a spiritual connection between the spiritual world and also the physical world, if I may put it that way. Let me do a prayer in my own language. Modimo Ramaseni Rara Tlatlamacholo. Modimo Emocha, Modimo Wahale, Modimo Yalending, Modimo Wabontatarona, O Nkulunku Morena, Wena Moitsi Mopeti Wantotsoke, Riaiko Probetsa, morena, wena Ramasedi, hobane ke wena Modimo ya entseng tsohle, Modimo wa bontata rona, Modimo wa bonkgono, Modimo wa badimo ba rona. Re a kokobela, Modimo wa rona re batho, hobane ke wena ya re entseng. This prayer, Modimo wa ka, re e tlisa ho wena bonamelong ba maoto a hao. Modimo wa rona re tseba seo o re entseng sona ho ya ka setso, ho ya ka moo wena o theileng mafika, o theile mahodimo, o theile lefatshe lohle, wa etsa bohle. Modimo wa ka, o sa le yena ya tshepahetseng. Rara re a leboha, papa re a leboha, ntate re a leboha, re leboha moya wa hao, moya wa Modimo, moya o phelang, moya wa morena wa rona. Re a leboha, ha o e mong Modimo ntle le wena. Ha maoto ohle le mangwele ohle a ikokobetse a o okamela, re rapele Modimo wa ka, re sheba botjhaba tsatsi moo tshepo ya rona, moo kgang ya rona e tswang teng. Re leboha matla, re leboha Modimo wa ka kaofela, Modimo wa rona, ho ya ka dikgutlo tse nne tsa lefatshe. Re a leboha wena Modimo, o Modimo wa badimo ba rona, o Modimo ya entseng, ya tsebang tsohle. Modimo wa rona, re batho ka batho ba bang, re batho ka wena. Re a leboha, siyabonga. Re a leboha wena mophethi wa maphelo a rona. Re a leboha Modimo wa ka, re a ikokobetsa. Re a leboha hobane o entse tsohle, o entse dimela, o entse dinoka, o entse letsatsi, dinaledi, o entse lehodimo, o entse dikgwedi, o entse Modimo wa ka tsohle ka diatla tsa hao. Wena o diatla di marona, Modimo wa rona, re a ikokobetsa. Wena phahama, Modimo ya re fileng marena, o re file Modimo wa ka le marenana, o re file Modimo wa rona, o fileng bohle ba boholong. Rara re a leboha Ramasedi, wena o Modimo ya hodimodimo, ya phahameng, Modimo wa rona. O tla re lebisa ho wena le tlhompho, re lebisa Modimo wa rona boholo le matla ho wena. Jehova, re a leboha le nakong hana jwang, re a leboha Morena, re a leboha. Ha hona le leng lebitso le re ka le okamelang ha e se feela wena, hobane o Modimo ya itseng re okamele wena feela. Re se ke ra okamela medingwana e meng, hobane wena Modimo wa ka, Modimo ya tsebang, Modimo ya sa batleng Modimo wa rona bobe, Modimo ya utlwang dithapelo, Modimo ya tsebang menahano, Modimo ya tsebang metsamao ya rona le pele tsohle di ka etsahala. Re a leboha. Thank you, re a leboha. Amashe xa kure xa seskanganzi. Thank you, Amashe. Kai kure.
Chair, Ross Kimian.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You want to give a closing word, and we can go to our anthem, and we can close out if you're ready. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. Yes. Validity, not validation, but validity. You know, how we do it,
how we live our life, how we live our reality, how we govern ourselves. That's what important. Like we learn from the spiritual science, the universal science, as within, so without. You must first start with yourself, then you're able to stand amongst the congregation. And once you congregate yourself, you make your deliberations, you come together with your constitution, and this is your principle. This is the word that you live by, that you stand by. This is your customs that help maintain civility. So these things are not binding material to bind us as a punishment. This is the will of the Most High. This is the path of humanity to be civil, to construct themselves, to conduct themselves, to have policies and procedures, to have customs and ways that they implement to make their society function, to bring the best of out of their society, to bring harvest, to bring fruition into the reality, a safe world, a free world, a calm and peaceful world that the children could be educated in. The children can learn themselves and learn nature and learn how this world works to be at peace, collective security. And it's not a bragging about, it's not a preaching about, it's not a catching the spirit about in the sense of the feelings, but it's about the motion. So we put our emotions into our work. We put our emotions into the reality, into finding out the reality that is here amongst us. And that brings us to a place of self-evidence, to understand the word, to read the word, to see how humanity works across the board, across the seas, across the world. People come together to declare what is humanity. Unison, unity. That is how power is maintained. Unity. Not by title. The title is just a function within the power. It's about unity. It's about understanding from a central point of culture, not a reaction to the system. It is a fight against oppression because it is oppressing our liberty, not a reaction to it as if we were just the other day born in it. We've been here. We're going to be here. So we live that reality. We act like it. Why is that? Because that is our culture. That is our way of life. That is how we come towards a reality of productiveness, creativity, fullness, peace, and abundance. Cultivation, cultivation of the land, the Miriam, cultivation of the sea, the ocean, cultivation of the sky with the feather di ma'at, because the law is written in the sky in many ways, many levels. So we go from the roots to the top, but there was never no beginning, and there's never going to be no end. It's just a transition through different cycles, because there was never a time man was not. So we live it. We live this reality and we forget Babylon. And remember ourselves. We remember Zion. Yes, I. Give thanks, give thanks. Bless the Lord. Ashe, I'm Ashe. I see. So once again, thank y'all for coming into our story. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good day, good day. It has been a good evening and a good rising as well. And it's good to see the worldwide scope that we're in. It is a little bit after midnight over here on the East Coast, but it is, almost about 9 a.m. over on the East Coast. So
Yeah.
gratitude and thanks for y'all coming in. Gratitude and thanks for the understanding of receiving this word to take part within culture, because all of this is culture. Coming to these spaces together with each other, amongst each other, to be informed, to be educated, and to be taught. It is our reality. So gratitude and thanks. Yes, indeed.
Give thanks. Have a blessed day.
With our no-see mesh and a bit of ingenuity, there are a wealth of applications for the great outdoors. If long-lasting
Swiftly gather, our children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks everybody for coming in as we rock on out for the night. Yes, sir. That's it. Me gusta salam.
Yes, sir.